Several weeks into the affair, and yet the action rolls on from Las Vegas. Hello, everyone, and welcome once again to continuing coverage of the 2025 World Series of Poker. Today, we bring you four-card action. Pot-Limit Omaha, big bet stuff from the horseshoe. Other stuff also taking place under the roof. The $2,500 mixed big bet, event 76. The 10K stud 8 or better. And the 1K mini main. There's Daniel Negreanu, having worked his way to an FT, having himself a summer. The most prolific content creator around when it comes to World Series time and beyond its borders. But the content we deliver you, and by we I mean yours truly, Ali Najad and Jesse Sylvia. In the booth is these five gentlemen vying for glory. Their names in the archives. High stakes crusher, Zhou Chuen, 2025 50K. He came in 7th, has already bettered that with his performance here. Michael Zulker, his second WSOP final table, looking to close it out. Perhaps an overlay, looking at that gold patch. Zhou Chuen will have the chip lead, 16.3 million in front of him as you get a look at the chip counts brought to you by PokerStars. Michael Wang, 14 million. Sean Rafael, the only other 8-figure stack. And then the great chasm, the divide between Melad Marji and the shortest of all stacks in the room. You see the payouts brought to you by Octopi Poker, 334,000. The min cash, a ladder of 130K between 5th and 4th. And ultimately, the victor in this one will be bestowed $1.4 million roughly as we get set to get things underway. Jesse, not the first PLO event that we've covered, and the last one, well, we had some eyebrow-raising moments when it came down to three-handed. Ultimately, Dylan Lindy.
What is that?
Lynn,
Jesus,
rather.
My nines.
Taking that one down. Stephen Chidwick in second. Is the play of Richard Grieco. It caught some attention.
Everybody just ease up. The nerves. All right, let's take it down. You know,
that was a wild one, Ollie. I will have to say this is maybe my favorite PLO event. This is the one they call the World Championship, but this is just the one that's been around for a long time, and it's been such a great one to sweat over the years.
You know, remarkably, though, the appetite for gamble when it comes to Pot-Limit Omaha players, both cash and tournament, cannot be overstated, just given the way in which demand has been responded to for larger buy-ins, 25K, 50K. There's a 100K Pot-Limit Omaha.
Yeah, is that the first year that they're doing that? I know they had a 50K the last few years, but I believe that's a new event.
I know it exists, and I know it's 10x the buy-in of this one, so obviously it's going to be rarefied air in terms of the participants, without question. As the action is folded around to the small blind of Mr. Marji, 1.3 million in career tournament earnings across 42 cashes for the 36-year-old from Yonkers, New York, who lives in Miami, professional poker player by trade. Unclear what's caused him to limp. There you got your first glimpse. 10, 8, 8, 7. Good for middle set on a board in which you could store a cigar. Plenty humid.
Looks like limp pre-flop, check back from the big blind. This is a board that could certainly go either way for Marji. For those who don't know Marji, he is a longtime reg on the East Coast. From what I understand, a fantastic PLO player and a really fun guy to hang out with.
Well, under his hobbies, he says, I can't tell you it's illegal, but drinking, having a good time, and sports, specifically UFC and the Patriots, along with video games and travel, his enthusiasms. There's a look at the true
Patriots.
Yeah, there you go. There's a look at the chip denominations brought to you by True Classic, quarters, 100Ks, and 500s. What we're working with.
That's a man after my own heart right there.
It looks like a man after some cell phones also, as the electronic devices are being confiscated perhaps a little later than they should have, but I'm glad the directive came down eventually. Obviously, trying to stay ahead of some of the potentially bad actors in poker with so much money at stake, Jesse, and so much technological advancement. It's only natural
the pink chips?
that, let it be said, the absolute minority will seek to gain some unfair advantages.
It's a brave new world out there, Ollie. You can never be too careful.
Also headphones, earbuds, things like that, not allowed. In an effort to police and protect the players. Hold it around once again to Marji. This time he's on the button. Got the cards over the scanner now. You got to spread them out. Perhaps not yet accustomed to some of the obligations of playing on these stream tables. He does open. Dealers do a pretty good job of heeding the production staff's directions to request that the players do fan their cards out over those outlined areas in front of each seat in the effort to give you the graphics. Zhou Xuan, the only compliant party thus far, limping from the small. 997 deuce. More so the math than the holding. And it looks like we've got a finger wag now from Mr. Wang. Generous helping of bluebirds take flight toward the center. 1.2 million in total.
I haven't watched a lot of Wang PLO play, but just knowing him as a no-limit player, he's a very aggressive player. He finds a lot of raises pre-flop, so unsurprising that one of the first hands off the deck at the final table, he's putting max pressure on his opponents out of the big blind. And he has the stack for it.
Yeah, you know, maybe some presumptions being made that Zhou Xuan is going to be less trappy in terms of his small blind approach, just given the depth of Wang's stack behind.
Yeah, I would imagine he's fairly capped here, just completing out of the small blind. And Marji might have found a raise if he has most of his aces. I don't know. He has a nice limp jam sort of stack size as well, so he could get a bit tricky with some of his better hands.
Let's see if
Wang just gets it done.
Well, we didn't get Marji to scan him, and we don't get Wang to scan him either, so it'll remain a mystery what exactly prompted that. We'll see if we can get some directives passed down to Wang and company. $7.5 million in career tournament earnings, a couple of bracelets for the Lehigh University grad from Livingston, New Jersey. Looks like he's got a little rail assembled as well, originally from New Orleans, Louisiana. Now lives in Vegas.
You got a rail.
471
They just waited till it was serious.
Jesse, that is a dedicated resume there.
He is a machine, Ollie. He plays everything, and
We
it
just had
seems like he
alcoholics,
final
there's a difference.
tables everything.
Yeah, but they're good at
Oh.
what I meant.
Yeah,
was
sorry,
alcoholic.
yeah.
His fiancée Serena on the rail back there. Wang also a one-time WPT champion who learned to play poker as a teenager online, as many did. His last tournament win was during the Win Summer Classic. His largest career cash.
It's fucking loaded.
I believe that is 20.
And like 2 of the drinks are for us.
You have some pocket queens.
I got
on the
one
button.
Fiji on there. The rest is for the
He's
crew.
got a big stack, a nice looking hand for the button.
Are they letting us order Fijis? Because I think it gotta be 7-star. Or is that if you make
I
the final?
got an old card.
I think it'll
You can order for that.
Wang just folds the 2-pair. That's something that, you know, if it was a
Once you're
cash game, you
switching the
might
pairs, just,
speculate,
like,
but
let him fall on the
it's a
bottom.
very mediocre hand out of the small
Me?
blind, so staying out of the way is
And
great.
you don't have to spread them.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you clocked the conversation there
I see.
between
Oh,
Rafael and
this
Zulker, but it
experience.
looks like somebody's
Gamble?
offering up
Amateur?
7-star
Let's see the gamble.
privileges, that being the highest
the other
tier
one?
available to the
saw
Caesars
the
Rewards
4.
program to unlock Fiji water. Now, I don't know what the incremental overhead would be to come off the generic Caesars mini water bottles for
Your dad's
Fiji.
drinking a beer.
But
He's in it.
perhaps get a rake paid in at least the 10Ks
You gotta
and
get him
up.
like 10 Coronas.
Let's just auto Fiji
I'm a
at
Modelo.
the
Get
him a
feature
Modelo,
at
Modelo. We'll add a
least.
couple
You know what I
Modelos
mean?
next
What are we
time.
really
Not
talking
usually a
about
beer
here?
drink,
You know, I could get
special
behind what you're
celebration.
saying,
His son's about
Ollie.
to get
I
third.
think that maybe we could potentially take that hit.
Happy to be here.
The number of
I'm just
opened Fijis
There it is.
and Panas, though, that have no more than 2 or 3
I would take
swigs in them, meaning taken out of them, that I end up
I'd rather
bidding,
win.
or in the top section throughout the course of the summer.
Oh, don't tell me that, man. We're in the desert.
It's bad.
There's a water crisis.
I
out here.
can't build over a 600 square foot pool, but don't worry, we got plans for a new water park out here. That's
Maybe
cool.
not after you hit a couple more of those panas.
I'm not the one, buddy.
Oh, I misunderstood.
No,
Keep
I
replaying Isaac.
am tossing
Isaac
them
Unchained.
because of other
and
people.
just insta bust.
It didn't last very long.
It was one
Okay,
hand.
my faith has
He
been
was like
restored in
Isaac
the
Unchained.
Ollie.
Boom.
no, I'm
They
not
just
that
went
guy. I
back,
hate
put
parties.
it back in chain.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, we'll
into normal.
just take him out back.
Unless
finish
it
him off.
comes to my own free time, in which case I can waste it away with the best of them. This segment is brought to you in part by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. They're bringing you the tournament summary here.
All of them.
874 entrants.
Help him out.
A couple of bust outs took place
I need you
just
guys to
prior
help
to the
him
beginning
out.
of play.
Grab
Boxon
your
and
beer,
Frankfurt.
tip the gentleman,
Don't
do
be
your
fucking
thing.
useless.
Over. What's this? The rail?
What was that?
Being instructed to have some utility? Don't be useless?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
This is
much
this
better
is
this
a
way. They're
PLO
boring
final
sober.
table tone. You don't get this kind of character at a lot of the no limit final
They're
tables.
boring. They're so quiet.
You had
That's
2
'cause
more
they're
cards,
sober.
Ollie. The gloves come off.
We had like a couple
It
beers.
looks
for
like an incredible Hulk
If I
glove was
somehow
on the
make it
rail.
another hour, they'll be lighting up.
Oh,
Which I
yeah.
confess I hadn't seen since Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, when Mark
yeah,
Hamill's
yeah,
character
just-
famously, I
I don't
believe,
know
took
if
one to the
anyone on
nether
my rail wanted
regions
it. I just ordered a couple.
with the
Thanks, appreciate
with
it.
an oversized fist
Oh,
like
I
that.
forgot about that.
Queen 10 8-6, perhaps an oversized
Also,
amount of ambition for the chip leader. Made it 900,000. Sean Rafael, a PLO specialist, Ace King 10-9 with the clubs. He's going to fight from the small, and Ace King with inferior clubs from Marji.
Yeah, this is not the type of hand that you would want to overcall from the big blind, I would imagine. Just, it doesn't play so well multi-way. You can't really rely on the suit ever being good if you were to make a flush. Ace King is nice. It's good to have high cards when you're that short, but there's not a lot of playability there. Nice muck by him.
King, Jack, Deuce, couple of spades, top pair, and the Broadway gutter
How much is in the
for
middle?
Rafael. He's asking how much is in the pot. Note that Joe Chuen does have an
1.5.
open-ender with backdoor diamonds.
More than that, right?
9, 1.8.
By our measure in the middle.
Yes. Somebody get her a beer. She needs to listen up too.
Let's get one of our railbirds over here with a beer.
A little something for everyone on this
Listen,
flop.
at least something you can do no wrong.
Rafael
I love
just
you
leads out
regardless.
very small quarter pot.
You surprised by this choice?
Yeah, this feels interesting. Just peeling from the small blind. I don't know if King Jack Deuce is necessarily your board versus the early position opener, but
It feels like a little question is being asked of
yeah.
Joe Chuen's range as the chip leader here. Because Rafael's willingness to fight, given the depth of his stack and the ICM pressure that he can be subjected to by someone like Joe Chuen, suggests that his flat call from the small contains a lot of this stuff, as the turn contains top 2, but it's a card that gives Joe Chuen the nuts.
You could not have picked a more interesting card out of the deck, Ollie.
So after the flat,
3.6.
3.6 in the middle.
Now, if you were to pot it here, there are scenarios where Rafael gets away from it because you tend to give your opponent a lot of credit. If they, yeah, he does say pot. This tends to be a very believable line, whether it's Queen 10 or pocket aces, pocket kings type of stuff. More likely pocket aces, but we're doing terribly versus all of those hands. So unless you think your opponent finds a lot of bluffs here, I don't know if we continue too often. Obviously top 2, not the most fun hand to fold. But can he find it? I heard some fantastic stuff about Rafael's PLO game. I'm happy to sit down and watch him play for a little while.
Yeah, you know, I first got an opportunity to observe him recently on the Triton Super High Roller Series while in the booth, and I gotta say, I was very impressed with the young man. Tremendous amount of poise. He is looking intently at the spot he's just been placed in by Chuen. It's not just this 3.6, Jesse. it's the presumption that another request on the end is coming in meaty form.
Oh yeah, it's always the risk of that next street, right? Especially when your opponent says pot, you feel like the next bet's coming after pot.
100%.
Really, really well done with that fold.
Well, Zhou Chuan is no slouch. 214 career cashes, 12.8 million plus in career tournament earnings for the 40-year-old who resides in Macau, which means you know that he plays the nosebleeds. Number 4 on China's all-time money list, originally from Harbin, China, also a regular on the Triton Super High Roller Series. World Series-wise, though, final tables 7, 0 bracelets. Still looking for number 1. He did finish 60th at the 2019 WSOP Europe main event, 152nd in 2023. Has some 2-card aptitude, make no mistake, but I think PLO
You got to try to block him out.
serves him even
No, I
better
was having
than
something
No
else.
Limit.
My
As
boy
Wang
Wang
has
was
served a
heavy
couple of
starter on his
kings.
neck.
Not the
1.5?
greatest ones, given that neither of his side
1,050,000?
cards work in
Yeah.
conjunction with the king or one another for that matter. Granted, the hearts are
All
present.
good,
You
Lee.
up,
So 1.05 declared at the
Relax, Lena, you're good.
1,5300 level.
Chill, don't be nervous.
Zulker mucks the
Don't be
suited
nervous.
ace.
Listen up.
Rafael does as well.
It's like
Ideas
you're
to be
playing for $1.4
collected.
million or something.
I know, relax.
With the big blinds, yeah,
Have
lets
Rafi's
it
dad
go.
give you a
That's
Modelo.
a bit of a
Yeah,
dicey
funny.
one to call pot with,
Blinds,
but also just
You-
you
what do you think,
tend
we
to
don't?
not want to battle too much with the other big stack
Yeah.
at the table.
Well, the countdown is on for the NAPT as it pays another visit to Resorts World, Las Vegas this November for the 3rd straight time. The series runs November 3rd through the 12th, featuring the 50K Super High Roller, a 5K main, and the 1K PokerStars Open, also a 1K Women's High Roller. If you're playing on stars in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or north of the border in Ontario, when you're weighing online, check the PokerStars lobby for more.
Ooh, very pretty hand here on the button for Marji.
Ace 10, 7, 6 with the diamonds.
You know, it's not the nuts, but when you're this short and you're on the button, very happy to look down at a pretty connected
1,050,000?
suited ace.
You know, initially you might be fooled into thinking he's staring down the dealer while he was thinking about what to do, but there is a tournament clock just off of that sight line. So it's not like he's glaring at the dealer for a read on whether or not this is going to be a good hand for him to get in 1 million of his remaining roughly 5.
I choose to remain a believer in that first idea. Personally,
he's
I don't know.
putting
I like the idea that somebody's just grilling the dealer. Actually, I don't like it, but it is funny.
Well, what's on the grill right now is Marji's hand against this one. Ace, ace, 10, deuce.
Oof.
And a quick sear being applied here by Wang.
Just a perfect situation for Michael Wang. Not the strongest aces, but you don't care because
3.3?
you get to put your opponent
3.3,
to
right?
Yeah. the decision right now. The repot is nearly for his entire stack.
Second shortest stack coming in was Marji. And we touched on that big pay ladder between 5th and 4th of roughly $130,000. So he will step aside, deeming this one inadequate. You can't really blame him.
Nice fold there, though. I feel as though you could easily talk yourself into calling, thinking that you have enough equity, but with Zulker sitting on that very short stack, I don't know if you want to put all the chips in that spot,
How many
even getting
boosts
a
do you
good
have
price.
behind the stocks, right? Thanks.
Wang is really chipping up right now. He's nearly tied for chip lead.
It's like 3.1, I think, all day.
Appreciate it.
Michael Zulker in the big blinds. I have been fortunate enough to call Michael Zulker a friend of mine for a number of years, and he is one of the best people you'll ever meet in Las Vegas.
Do you think that if Zulker was here in the booth and you were out there, that Zulker would deliver a similar sentiment? Jesse, do you think he would say, I am lucky to call Jesse Sylvia a friend for a number of years? Just, you know, I want to make sure you're getting reciprocity out of this one.
I don't know if lucky is the word he'd use. Maybe
No.
I am billed with.
Encumbered?
Yeah. I have been burdened with the friendship of Jesse.
You've been burdened also by me taking these lines, which might otherwise suggest that somehow I have a vendetta against you in the booth. I think we were talking about winning a bracelet earlier this summer, and I was like, no, we were talking about the best not to win one, Jesse. You're not in the conversation, and people might have
No, that was
read
fine,
into
Ollie.
that.
I didn't mind that at all. That was real cool.
Only teasing. It's all good-natured fun, but it's very much serious business that you're looking at on your screen. And Zhou Chuan getting down to business with Jack 8-4-3 on the button, attacking. Zulker ducks, clubs, king, queen, and a smirk. Lets it go. And Chuan accumulates. Well, we got a glimpse at Daniel Negreanu earlier, Jesse, and maybe we're going to take a little bit more than a glimpse at him, as production is telling me we're going to head over and pay a visit. Get the jib to work its way across.
That is a talented boom right there.
Oh, yeah.
Quite
Only
a-
the best. There it is. The $2,500 mixed big bet final table.
Is that Toby Lewis in the 1 seat, by the way?
I couldn't tell whether or not it was. I know that's Ophir in the 6 hole. Sure, we'll get a glimpse in a moment as a 7-time bracelet winner. Hunts number 8. Is he bedazzled on the lid there? I don't think I've seen that sequin edition of the GG ball cap. For those wondering, by the way, in terms of Cobra Kai associations, the t-shirt suggesting that Negreanu is very much Miyagi-Do.
Daniel's taking no prisoners this summer. He's got the bedazzled hat. He's got kind of a grizzled stare down. I like it.
You know, taking no prisoners is more the Cobra Kai school of, you know, poker than the Miyagi-Do.
He's a little more Miyagi than Cobra, I would say. His personality, maybe.
Nobody really regards him as the villain, especially when the
Yeah.
lane is so occupied by Helmuth.
Yeah, he's really cornered the market on that one, I would say. He's
The
done
poker
fine
brat.
work in quartering the market. I'm not, you know, this isn't any trash talk by me.
What's interesting is that Daniel and Phil are these like frenemies in poker, because Daniel often calls out Phil for some things. Phil clearly respects Daniel a great deal, and Daniel also has respect for the fact that, you know, Phil is the most decorated of all time here at the World Series and blazed a trail that he and so many others were able to walk down behind him.
Yeah, they've got kind of a angry old men vibe together where they love each other but they hate each other. It's really nice.
Maybe hate's a little bit strong. Also strong is where the action never stops. Play PokerGO. Jump into free online poker with real competition and zero risk. Grind the ring games, run deep in tourneys, and play the brand new No Gamble, No Future sit and goes. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks, no brats, no kid pokers. Just pure, authentic action. Sign up and hop in one of the free rolls that run every hour on the half hour at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. As we get back over to the feature in this 10K PLO.
Pot.
Zulker. King 10, 10, 9. Little gapped rundown with some clubs. Adequate for the short stack to get to work on the other shorty. Marji in the big.
PLO can get quite interesting on the short stack, just in terms of what hands you go with when you're on the short stack, but also the fact that you can't quite say all in. So there is some post-flop play where you say pot, and then they call out of the big blind, and a weird flop comes off, and maybe you get away from it with 5 blinds left.
You know, with this big a pay ladder between 5th and 4th, 13 buy-ins, the short stacks sort of govern what we observe more than the big stacks do. Because even the big stacks need to be mindful of the fact if they open to pot, okay, we've got both sides of the Hulk fists present, by the way, with what looks like adult libations in the other hand. So let's keep an eye on that part of the rail. And an eye on the leaderboard once more, brought to you by PokerStars. Zhou Chuan on the ascent. Michael Wang also ahead of where they started things off. Rafael slipping, still in the 8-figure club, and then you see the drop-off to the 2 guys jockeying, Zulker and Marji, 3.4 and 3.3 respectively, in that 10-ish big blind territory. That's the threshold we always keep an eye on when it comes to no limit, Jesse. Also the one to be mindful of in terms of go time in the Pot-Limit Omaha streets.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you were saying back there, and it makes a lot of sense. PLO is a game of thin margins and close equity, so when you're opening and there's a couple short stacks, you don't want to ever have to open and then fold to their all-in, or you don't want to do it too often.
Right.
So you do really have to become very mindful of the short stacks, whereas at No Limit final tables, it's the other way around. The short stacks have to be mindful of you.
And hands with trips in them, we are not fond of, interfering with our ability to make a set with a useless third card.
Zulker really wears that poor hand class on his face, doesn't he?
Yeah, this isn't the look of a man ready to say pot, is it?
It doesn't feel like it. I don't know. Maybe he just does one of those one day and puts the chips in. I don't know.
I don't think we need to be balanced when it comes to that facial expression and being willing to open.
Yeah.
We would like a little bit more balance in terms of Marji's scanning his cards. Yet to get him in line. Limping in, Zhou Chuan. He plays on plenty of streams. He plays plenty of PLO and high stakes tournaments. Experience plus King 10 6 deuce with hearts coming together to wag his finger in the face of Marji. Do you anticipate if Marji has a hand that's willing to go with it, he's going to be more likely to open pot himself as opposed to limp and try to induce Zhou, blind versus blind?
Yeah, I think that might be the plan at this point, because he's had 2 limps now, just be potted on immediately, so maybe just mix in some of those traps. But
okay, here we go.
Quite often you just see players limp in because they really want to see the flop and they don't want to be 3-bet for all of their chips, so they're kind of playing a bit of pot control, and it seems like Zhou is very aware of that since he found the pot with a pretty light hand here.
Better hearts, and ultimately nothing more than a pair of 4s on this rainbow flop for Marji. And there's that dreaded syllable when you're sitting on something as lean as 4s. Top pair, nothing more. Enough, says Chuan. He is really snacking.
Legitimately tough spot for Marji there, because he flopped a pair, and given the stack to pot, you don't really want to fold a pair too often, but it was one of the most weak pairs with no draw to go with it type of situations.
Tournament update brought to you by Splash Sports. 5 remaining after the quick 2 knockouts from 7-handed. 10.5 million, the current average stack, 34 bigs, just about 1.4, plus World Series of Poker bracelet glory going to the eventual champ in this one. Current payout, $245,000, 334 if you crack the top 4. Double suited, coordinated rundown here on the button, enough for Marji to say pot. Now, jacks and 3s with a couple of clubs. If you have your Hold'em goggles on, you feel differently about this particular holding, but when it comes to Pot-Limit Omaha, the disjointed nature of those cards is really a detriment.
Absolutely. Maybe enough to go with it for 6, 7 big blinds, I'm not sure, but it's just, you don't have a lot of incentive to get in there with the Jack-Jack 3-3-1 suit. If you're really deep, this hand plays a lot better because flopping a set is so nice, but this shallow, you're just playing the raw equity of the hand. Just lets it go.
Tend to think that's sound. When you see a 3's already busy elsewhere, feels even more sound, unbeknownst, of course.
Michael Wang could have speculated there. It's a bit light, but he just says, you know, I've got a great situation at this table. I don't really need to gamble it up at all.
I had 1.
Jack.
I have a huge respect for that.
Note, by the way, Marji's willingness to pot into those 2 big stacks that can well afford to try to punch him out of this thing. And doing it with 7 high in hand.
Yeah.
Maybe not what we would expect.
Always funny when you watch a player limp a couple times, get potted on, and then just say, I've had enough, and pot it yourself to put the...
Well, you never know if it's they've had enough or all of a sudden they're dealt in a way they hadn't been prior.
It's really the beauty of poker right there, in and of itself. Wang, blind versus blind, has an ace. and a suit. Probably enough to put your opponent in here.
Third card to the suit is pesky. But he will go with 900, and I think Zulker may be going with this one as well, although a lack of a suit is obviously unpleasant.
Yeah, but you know you might have some other ace-high hands or king-high hands dominated a little bit. I think this is enough.
You have like 3 million to start.
You know, if that Hulk Fist
No, I have more than 2. It's 2.7.
was available
Yeah.
as like a partially clenched edition
Yeah,
with koozie-like
I have
properties where the beverage
425
could
back.
actually be inserted into the fist, I think I may have just given away my $1 million idea, by the way, but oops.
Michael
Anyway.
Wang putting it in, by the way. Yeah, I feel like that would be the ultimate rail accoutrement.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Oh, there's
And
Nick.
it looks like it could be the ultimate hand for Zulker if he's unable to hang on.
No, we have ace, king,
6%
queen,
edge.
9. It's a flip.
The rail comes alive in an effort
Ace, king, queen,
to get their bearings.
I cover, yeah.
Where's the board? You guys have a thing here?
I have ace jack 7-5.
Oh, you got that.
Ace king.
That's how you see the board.
We're not suited.
I have ace,
Yeah,
ace jack
you should.
7-5.
He has ace, jack, 7-5, 3 spades. We have ace, king, queen, 9, Badoogie.
Hey, Grace.
Really nice of Zulker to spell it out to his rail.
Good luck,
I've been on
Mike.
these rails, Ollie.
Good
It's
luck.
sometimes
I think
very
I-
difficult
I
to
don't
know
think
what's
I got a
going on in
choice.
these
Yeah.
all-ins.
Sucks being
It's
the
not
lead.
easy to see the board.
Ace 10-9, aces and nines for Zulker, really vaulting into a massive lead. Note the jack is no good for Wang to make the bigger 2 pair because the inside straight would come in. The 10 counterfeiting. Still the ace king plays.
That was
Just
John,
an
a little
8. It
thin.
looks like a better flop
8,
than
right?
that for Wang, but
Just 4 outs would spell disaster for Zulker. No Ocho, no problem.
there you go, Zulker.
Careful with, fist bumping the Hulks there.
hand backwards.
Although I'm not sure, is that hard plastic or?
What do you want me to do?
I think we're working with foam here, Ollie.
Are we working with foam?
I believe so.
Does. By the way, the enthusiastic vertical oscillation
3.125, yeah?
with the Hulk fist, it has slightly uncomfortable visual.
Getting flashbacks,
Okay,
Ollie.
he was short.
He's a very
No.
It was like a 7 mil pot. So I'm okay. I lost like a few mil.
Oh.
So Wang doubling up one of the 2
You guys
short
rooting for me or
stacks. Another Jersey man from Willingboro, ASU grad, Sun Devils, avid sports bettor, and crypto enthusiast. Jesse, has he given you any tips
What am I supposed
throughout
to
the
do?
course of your friendship?
Just keep playing until we
You know,
all
If he
Fart
has,
coin?
I've probably wasted them by doing the
coin?
opposite. And oh, Trump coin.
There was some really sweet pumps that you could have latched onto
Yeah,
over the course of the last few years. Doge, did you ride the Doge rocket?
I'm more of a fart coin man myself.
Did you really get in there?
Yeah, I did. I got a little bag.
There you go.
I
Cash
won't
in
lie to you, Ollie.
on the digital methane.
I'm not above the hot air rises, Ollie. I don't know if you're aware of that.
It often comes out of my mouth as well. Queen 10, 10, 9, 3 hearts here. Marji ships in pot and does it in a way that suggests if anybody wants to get after him, he's ready to go beyond simply what the math implies. And I think Joe Chuen may very well be that man.
Ooh.
Ace, king, jack, 5. In comes another raise. Wang is slipped. 13 million territory. He bows out, and there is Marji ready to go. So another all-in and call. Marji perhaps feeling like his wheels are a little bit more greased, given that Zulker enjoys the double and he no longer needs to engage in the
Queen
war of
10,
attrition.
10, 9, and
The short stack.
the professor's got
Short
ace,
stack
king,
against-
jack, 5 with diamonds. He's got hearts. Melad's got hearts.
What's up? He made it.
The professor, huh?
I don't
Short
think
stack.
that's his name.
Are we stealing
yeah.
that from Ben Yu?
The 4 seat.
Is that what's happening?
Yeah. And again, the Ben Yu
Yeah, he's all
professor moniker, not the most prevalent one in
I have
poker.
like 13.
That belongs to the Hustler Stream's regular attendee in the cash games. That's a different professor.
Yeah, he is.
Ace, queen, 7. So Marji finds a queen, nothing more. Zhou has diamonds,
Yeah,
aces,
this is tough.
and he's got Marji's hopes by the throat here.
Good flop
The
here.
queen is actually terrible for Marji because now a 10 is, well, not terrible because he has other outs, but the 10 would give you a straight.
And you see the turn gives Zhou aces and jacks. So Marji needs a king, a queen, or an 8. And instead, it's the nuts for good measure on the end for Zhou Chuen, who claims a pelt and an early elimination.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Marji getting some love. Notably not from Sean Rafael. Seems like Sean is focused on other things than bidding adieu to his fellow combatant.
Yeah, I can't tell if he's locked in or there was some something else going on there.
Right.
I thought.
Might be like,
never
yeah,
know.
remember all those times you 3-bet me? Go to hell. 334,000 for Melad. Nothing hellacious about that payout. Added to that 1.3 million in career tournament earnings. A healthy boost, not just to his resume, but also to the on-tap payout, which is now 462,000 with a gap of 188K between 4th and 3rd. Zulker back on short stack duties, but he's okay with it, given the pay ladder that he enjoys. Not so enjoyable to look down at 7 high on the button. Rafael, ace 9, 8, 5 in the small. Flicks in the call with some loft.
Yeah, he has a bit of an awkward blind versus blind situation against the chip leader, especially in PLO. The chip leader can put a tremendous amount of pressure on his opponents kind of whenever he wants. And it's very difficult to play back because equities run close in PLO, so they don't have to just fold to you like they would in No Limit when they have some raggedy hands.
You know what else runs close? As we see the King Queen 6 board here.
You and I?
I'm not sure in what metric you're referring, but for me, the visual between peak Bruce Lee fame, the martial arts star, and
Just in the middle?
Zhou Chuen's vibes whenever he
right?
throws those shades
Or
on.
1.2, right?
That was my second guess. I see it, though. I see it.
I'm actually, listen, I sent this to someone recently. I'm going to show it to you for good measure.
Is this, we have the same wrap here, by the way. Wow, that is very accurate. That's really close.
Advantage 9-8-5 over the 8-5-4, by the way, as you see Rafael leading right out. Chuen making the call, board pairing king on the end. Ace 9 plays as a winner at Showdown, but I'm not so sure how this one plays out. Rafael wants to protect his chips, of course, but he knows he has Zippo with 2 million in the middle. Will he bluff at it? And if he doesn't, will Zhou feel compelled to do so?
It's a tricky river card because I feel like when Rafael bets the turn
There's
and
two in
Zhu
the
just
middle, right?
calls, we have a situation where Rafael has more of the nutted hands, but top card pairing,
650.
always scary to bluff into.
And perhaps the check back on the flop from Zhou feels honest, and so Rafael's a lot more comfortable about barreling with that king. Little did he know it, but he was bluffing with the best hand there.
Nice pickup there, giving himself a great risk to reward.
29 recorded tournament cashes totaling over $2.2 million for the 33-year-old who lives in Vegas.
You have 11, Mike?
Professional poker player and PLO specialist who
think a
likes
little bit
fine
more,
dining and comedy.
12.
I can get behind that.
You got 12-ish?
Picked up an EPT
11,
title
12.
this
You
year
have 11.
already. That was
a
in a
little over 12.
25,000 euro buy-in event in Monte
You said a
Carlo
little over 12, Mike?
for 430K. Originally from Honolulu, Hawaii, by the way.
12.5.
Appreciate it.
I bet there's some spicy little underground PLO games in Hawaii.
You think so? I always dreamed of moving to Hawaii and finding those private games and
Yeah, the
spending
island,
the rest of my days.
the island boys like to gamble it up. I'll tell you something.
Maybe one day, Ollie. Zulker with the ace-10, 7-6 double suit. This is a very pretty hand, especially in the cutoff. Very likely that you will be in position post-flop.
900,000. Blinds did creep up to 2, 4, and 4, by the way, so every 4 hands costs you $1 million in chips. And that's something all these guys are aware of. There is some measure of urgency, in particular when you're on the leaner side stack-wise, not to just hemorrhage away, but find something with which to fight. Wang, unclear what he has entered the arena with at the extra 500K price point.
Slide it.
Queen 9 deuce deuce with diamonds, and he finds bottom set, interfering with his own pathways to a boat.
Zulker has a piece of it as well. Little flush draw. This is actually a nice one, maybe to check back. He's got a piece of it, but not enough that if he's check raised, he's happy about it.
Yeah.
The fact that he's picked up a flush draw here could save him some chips, considering that Wang's flopped a set.
He's drawn a lot better than he would have been if he didn't have these clubs, but get a look. Zulker wants to take the fight to the covering stack. And 650 is modest. How do you play the deuces here, Jesse?
I have to imagine Wang's check raising. Not only do we have deuces, but we're blocking one of the potential higher sets with the queen in our hand.
Important.
And there's a lot of draws on the board. You're happy to get the money in now. You could potentially call and sort of trap and wait for a clean card to come off before you get it in, but realistically, this is just more than enough hand to get in.
Upstairs we go.
And if he knew what Zulker had, he'd be very happy with this choice to raise, because the fact that Zulker is continuation betting with the 10 high flush means he has a lot of draws here that are in a terrible spot when they're check raised. What does Zulker do now? This is tough. Got some backdoor straight draws. Yeah, just not enough hand. He has to let it go.
Getting check raised there. Really taking the wind out of Zulker's sails as he had some higher hopes, and his fiance, Michael Wang's, that is, loves it.
I mean, what's not to love? Just picking up pots. Great guy. Fantastic poker player.
With an affinity for the House of Dior based on the hoodie. I can tell you they've thinned out my bankroll down there, especially ever since they opened up a boutique, which happens to be directly between the 45-second walk from North Valley at Bellagio to the poker room.
That's a tough one, Ollie.
They targeted me for sure.
I know the owner of Dior, and he told me when he opened it that a certain Ollie might be frequenting there.
Listen, you know, the first time you go off in the pit, as we see Joe potentially going to get intertwined here with Wang. He's Jack 10-6 button open versus the double-suited Broadway rundown. But the first time you go out to the pit and you have a bad night, then you get that call, you don't recognize the number, you answer it, and they're like, hey, this is so-and-so down from MGM Marketing just, you know, wanted to invite you down for a 4-night stay on us. And you're like, I'm offended. I got you on the harpoon thinking you're a whale. I'm like, I don't want anything for free because that means you think I'm a mark. And you're probably right. As things going wrong now for Zhou's Open. This is the last man that he really wants to be tussling with in terms of the prospects of sustaining the deepest of wounds. But at the same time, it's the guy that he can really reapply the pressure to. Jesse, I don't know that this hand is the one with which to all of a sudden try to inflate things, but he is willing to stick in an extra 2.6 million. Wang's hand plenty durable enough to pursue a big pot collision, but out of position with 8.2 in the middle. He looks up at King 8 deuce, finds the Queen high club drop. Does not have a pair, however. A lot of backdoor prospects.
Oof, this is one of those flops where you might want to just pile the chips in, but man, does it suck when you're called.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult what to do here. Pot controlling with the medium flush draw, not the worst option. Could certainly see a world where Wang just checks. But then when it's potted, if you check and it's potted against you, you also don't know what to do. It's just a very awkward hand, given the stack to pot ratio and given the 2 stacks that are in this hand. This is chip lead on chip lead. This situation is exactly why you rarely want to 3-bet against the chip leader. However, I will say, I mean, this is more than enough hand for Wang to 3-bet, of course. But it just shows how difficult it can be post-flop, even with a hand as strong as Ace, Queen, Jack 10 double suit. Zhou's looking, I don't know what Zhou's. Zhou, sorry. He's looking and he's cutting out a bet. He has not much to work with, but it's such a bad flop for him that maybe this is the one he just goes after the pot with. He's not afraid of being check raised.
He asks how much is in the pot, then sort of looks over in Wang's direction. Granted, not directly at Wang. And I do feel in PLO, oftentimes you try to get a little live read on someone who might be swallowing hard in the face of a prospective pot-sized bet.
Yeah, that was really nice. He kind of asked and did the immediate snap of the neck to check his opponent out. Oh, he checks back after all that.
5 of diamonds. Doesn't interact with either party in any way whatsoever.
I know we have the benefit of seeing the hands, but that feels weak to me. When somebody
check
asks,
back?
yeah, well, asking about the pot, really giving some thought, and then checking back. If I'm Michael Wang, I might pick up on that and say, you know, if you had it, I think you would have just bet at that point, because you've shown a lot of strength and then didn't act upon it.
Well, if Michael Wang had a king or better, would he not have been inclined to follow through?
You would think he would at a very high capacity. Of course, he can have some traps, right? Some of the best hands, maybe like some sort of ace-king or ace-ace with clubs might occasionally trap. Also, like if you have 2 kings in clubs, you'd want to trap here, I think, on the flop. But
the only thing about trapping in PLO is the trappers can become the trappees in a hurry.
Certainly.
Given how close equities do run, as you pointed out earlier, and Wang quite cozy with the thought that the check back is an honest one from Zhou Chuen, brings the 3.5 million, and Chuen got the free turn, but proceeds no further.
Michael Wang moving into the chip lead. Let's go.
Fiancée Serena leading the charge from the rail in the pink there. She seems to have assembled some friends for the task. Oh, okay. Limes. She's working a lot slower through that beer, I think, than her girlfriend there was. Which is maybe good. I don't think you want the fiance getting sloppy out there on the rail.
Yeah, I think when you're running the kind of rail show, you have to keep it tight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Gotta, yeah.
Babe, you can't bring a pony keg to the rail. You got it. What are you doing?
Shout out to Nelly out there fixing her hair. Mid-shear. That was nice stuff.
I don't think the hair needed fixing. It was more a sort of a stroke of admiration.
Yeah.
You know, look, the hair looked on point.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. She's just looking after her homie.
Yeah.
Very important.
Yeah, cameras are on.
Yeah.
They know it.
Yeah.
Zhou Quan, King Jack 10-7, undeterred by the damages sustained a moment ago. Back at it, where we expect him to be, as the chip leader, which he has conceded to Michael Wang by a thin margin. Does feel like Michael Wang has such a nice option in every spot but Zhou's button, of course, to have position on that chip leader and clarity, which is so important with the two of them up toward the top of the leaderboard, to get after things, in particular when Quan has not entered a pot.
Oh yeah, especially in Pot-Limit Omaha. It's just such a positional game. Equities and what is the nuts changes so much from street to street in this game that you really, it's almost pivotal that you have position on your opponent.
Well, Quan's in the big blind here. 1.4 million are the orders. And the ace king jack 4 with diamonds will defend round 2 between the top of the leaderboard. And you know, salivation for Rafael and Zulker at the idea that maybe, just maybe, one of these guys gets coolered. It would take a lot. Top set for Wang, that's a lot, versus a king high flush draw, no less. Oh, and he checks it back. Jesse, the turn.
That is a sneaky check back, Ollie. Immediate, too.
Yeah, Broadway gutter plus the pair of jacks. And look, proceeding with caution out of position once more is Quan.
Have to imagine Wang bets here, and this is going to be a tough spot for the ace king jack 4. You have a lot of equity, but if you're facing some sort of near pot size bet, out of position, not a lot of showdown value with the ace king high.
Well, he's got the jacks.
Oh, I'm sorry, he's turned the jack.
Yeah,
my
but,
fault.
You know, 2.3 million, not quite full pot. Do you think that you can safely give the diamonds nut draw prospects just given the check back from Wang, even though we know a suited ace is going to be a decent part of his range?
Yeah, maybe not always, but probably at a high enough capacity that we're going to speculate. The fact that you have hit that jack and you have some showdown value too, you could win without improving. Wow, what a river card.
And by the way, that thing is sopping wet. The 10 of diamonds, a deluge in terms of board texture. And set of queens withering on the vine.
Literal last card in the deck that Michael Wang wanted to see.
Right.
Guaranteed he was thinking no 10, no diamond, please. Instead they gave him a 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, his plums are pruning before our very eyes. Neck and neck stack depth.
The question really becomes, do we lead out here? Because I think when you don't, it goes check, check a lot. It's a little scary to lead out with the non-nut flush. You look strong leading out.
Think about how easily you could get dry aced here, too.
Oh, yeah. That's the problem. Yeah.
In an ICM-laden situation like this, never has it been more attractive. Of course, fortunate is Zhou not to be up against that ace of diamonds.
This is just devastation if you're Michael Wang. There's no way you can call, I believe. Everything got there, but You had so much hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Emphasis on had.
Well, poker, or I should say PLO is a fickle game, Ollie.
Yeah.
Really is.
And we can also say had with respect to Michael Wang and the chip lead as Zhou Chuan claws it back after a short-lived concession. Well, Octopi Poker is the next generation study system for everyone, from casual players to elite pros like Stephen Chidwick. It's fun to use, affordable, and full of features, not to mention brought to you by some of the best minds in the biz. Victoria Lifshitz, Andrew Lichtenberger, even Nick Schulman, all part of the process. Head out to octopipoker.ai now and check it out.
Best minds in the business, but also the best mustaches, Ollie.
Oh, bar none. Chidwick's old-timey, you know, railroad villain,
Yeah.
bartender, saloon keeper kind of mouth fur is, yeah, apex.
I mean, I haven't seen a mustache like that since they had those bicycles with the giant front wheel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Giant front wheel bicycle and that mustache definitely go hand in hand. Also somebody running kind of a roadside apothecary, offering you various elixirs that, you know, clearly are not going to work on anything, but
Maybe like a one-piece sort of swimsuit situation / workout. Yeah.
I like one of those stopwatches too with the chain and the vest.
Oof, now we're talking.
Also suspenders, you know, things of this nature. Top hat also would go great. You ever rock a mustache, Jesse?
I am not a bold enough man for the mustache, Ollie, I have to say.
You didn't give it the old Tom Selleck?
I don't think it has the same level of authority that Chidwick commands when he has a mustache.
The thing is,
if I grow one out.
It's a very whimsical stash. You know, he didn't come with a Magnum PI.
No.
You know, the Ned Flanders, something like that. That thing is.
It's a beaut.
That looks like a guy that's like, listen, kid, go ahead. 3 free balls at the milk jugs. Here you go. Okay, now it's $3, and you know, small, medium stuffed animals trade in for a large.
Yeah.
Carney chic.
World's
really
strongest man type of
Right, there you
mustache.
go.
Yeah.
Guess my age. Ace 10, 10, 8. Sean Rafael not playing any circus games. 1.4. Ponied up by Zhou. Double suited kings, Jesse. Played as a flat on the button. Walk me through that choice.
I have to imagine this is due to a couple things, not the least of being we're missing an ace. And anytime we're missing an ace from our hand, it's more likely our opponent has 2 aces. And the one situation that's really bad for you when you have double suited kings is if your opponent has aces.
Yeah, it's devastating, in fact.
You do have the button as well. That's, of course, very nice.
Yeah,
Playing in
delicious.
position always kind of makes it a little better to just flat.
Queen high 2-spade flop here. We interfere with the queen. We've got king high spades. We got the overpair, and we got this one all but locked up against ace 10, 10, 8.
How much is in the middle?
Pot.
Pot declared. Easy takedown there, as Rafael had no designs on follow-through, given the absence of equity.
Is it just me? I feel like Rafael was throwing the cards in before he announced pot. I don't know what. Maybe he had already pulled out the chips and just hadn't quite made the bet, but that was interesting. Couple pots have vaulted Zhou back into the chip lead, by the way. He's sitting on 25 million. I believe this is his peak.
Ace, Jack 5 tray, 3 wheel cards, couple of diamonds, couple of Broadway. Zulker, ace 9, 8, 7, giving us that smirk again. Skews toward a muck based on data thus far, and add another data point to the correlation.
Sorry.
Ace, king, 9, 7, neither the ace nor the king suited, but already 400K invested for Rafael, who got snacked on by the button flat moments ago.
Both of these hands, Rafael and Zulker's, suffer from not having the ace-high suit. You could consider continuing with Zulker's hand if you have the ace-high suit. Rafael might find the 3-bet if he had the ace-high suit, but with the lower suit, just puts you solidly in peel range.
Well, Sean finding nothing more than a pair of 9s on this queen-high rainbow board. More, however, than we can say for ace-jack 5 tray, which really is divorced.
Got a little photo shoot going on in the background, Ali.
For the gram. What, is this interference, by the way? Did this camera gal just get repurposed? He's like, listen, as long as you're doing that, get me in here.
Hold on.
Okay, she went landscape and portrait.
You like that? Let me show you something.
Yeah.
I'm going to really bring it.
Okay, now back to your regularly scheduled program. Note the old school cam being put to work there. I haven't seen one of those in a minute. Shina Akamoto cold shoulder vibes, by the way. Okay, no, wow, we're doing it all. The hair, nice. I like it, darling. Make me hate it now. Yes. All right. Pout for me. Yes, that's it. Back to poker. I wouldn't mind being a fashion photographer, Jesse, but I feel like I'd end up kind of sleazy one, you know.
I couldn't even imagine you being a sleazy anything, Ali.
No, I could.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think I would. Yeah, I should probably steer clear. Because I don't think fashion photographer budget can cover the legal expenses associated with. Anyway, King Jack. Did I just have a moment of excess revelation? Not my first nor my last, but you know, I should just avoid. I should just stick to. I find enough trouble in the booth, as exhibited by the last 10 seconds.
You do find a lot of trouble in the booth. I'm not gonna lie.
Queen 9-9 deuce double here, Rafael. Not in any sort of trouble against Chuen's holding, which checks back. King 8 tray rainbow. Bottom set for Chuen, as now things obviously are very dangerous if Rafael were to get out of line, which his hand doesn't rate to do. Checking over.
By the way, just to be clear,
Yeah.
that was sarcasm on my part. You have no chance of dodging lawsuits.
No, none.
They stick you in a booth by yourself, maybe with me in there for a reason.
Yeah. And I haven't.
And honestly,
photographed
I've
you.
got a couple lawsuits pending on you.
Yeah, you might get dragged down by association. Rafael, by the way, check calling 500K with nothing more than 9s. Now finds backdoor hearts and a gutter. If you're chasing equity, there it is on your doorstep with 2.2 in the middle. Sean checks.
This is dicey, and this is a good example of why it's dicey. You've picked up equity on the turn with the flush draw, and if you were to face another bet, you don't even really know what to do. You picked up a gut shot and a flush draw, actually.
A
and you
dusty
still wouldn't
flush
know
draw.
what to do. Yeah.
And a gut shot not to the nuts. I mean.
No, and therein lies the problem. Obviously, if it goes check, check, you're a little bit happier about your situation, but.
I mean, you're never checking back bottom set, though, with this kind of card on the turn. Equity denial is very much on your mind.
I think so. Difficult to imagine you're beat too often. Obviously, most likely hand that's beating you right now is a turned set of jacks, I would think. Maybe some slow played kings.
I mean, even then,
How much
depending
is in
on
the
what
middle?
kind of jacks they are, you don't expect peels all that often, even for just the $500,000 on the flop, which is turned into 1.65 here on the turn.
Rafael could consider semi-bluffing and finding the pot button here, but when you're called, you're often in terrible shape. So not even exciting for that purpose. Not sure what he's going to do here. I guess, yeah, just call. Try to realize equity. I mean, he's getting the right price. Just barely, but.
So another 3.3 rushing into the kitty. 5.5 million in the middle and an ace on the end. Queen 10 arrives.
Yeah, do we ever use this queen blocker?
I mean, a single queen.
It's not the most exciting bluff situation, but
all you have are
something.
nines.
Yeah.
You have no showdown here.
Yeah, you're not winning the pot, presumably. I don't know. You'd really prefer to obviously have 2 queens or 2 tens. This would be thin, but for Zhou, by the way.
Inquiring as to how much pot is. I don't think a barrel here is for value, but Queen 10's always looking you up. And that's really the only hand realistically that you're concerned about.
Yeah, maybe just find some value from top 2, something like that.
Well, the NAPT Las Vegas is returning to Resorts World this November from the 3rd through the 12th, featuring the 50K Super High Roller, a 5K Main, and a 1K PokerStars Open, not to mention a 1K Women's High Roller that spotlights some of the game's best talent. If you're playing on stars in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or in the province of Ontario, you've got a shot to win your way there online. Just check the PokerStars lobby for ways to win. Yeah, did I say a barrel on the end wouldn't have been for value? Obviously, there's some value to be had, but if you hear from your opponent, you just expect it to be Queen 10 100% of the time.
I knew what you were saying. It's just not there. There aren't enough hands that would call you that are worse.
Yeah,
than bottom
I think
set.
that was for me the deterrent.
Mm-hmm. I could see a world where that's certainly true. There are a lot of Queen 10s lurking about on that run out.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there are some sets occasionally.
Ace, Queen, 4-3 lurking with clubs. Zulker has committed almost half of his remaining stack to this open. And will not commit the call.
He seems to be playing quite patient versus these all-ins, which, again, I really don't mind. He's in a nice situation, not just with his stack, but his position at the table. Just having talked to Wang a number of times about poker, I know he's always a very confident player in any lineup.
He's showing fight down there at the bottom of the leaderboard. Jack 5. Once again, serviceable holding for the chip leader, who's knocking on the door of 30 million now. It's becoming a one-horse race.
Yeah, he's running away with it very quickly.
Yeah, better than 2-1.
Oh, Zulker has a very peelable hand here.
Ace, Queen, Jack 5 and
right?
inferior clubs. For Joe against this Ace 9, 7, 4. Pretty healthy margin of equity for Quan. Zulker will defend. This is a lot of his stack already committed. 650 plus the 2 blinds in ante and big blind form. for another 800. Looks up at 5, 6, 7 rainbow. This is an open-ender, two-way straight draw rather, with top pair.
I think this just has to be enough given stack to pot. For Zulker to put it in, it just becomes, how do we do it? Do we lead out or
Pot.
do we, yeah?
Well, he doesn't have full pot. He only has 2.4. If Zhou Chuan had something like an overpair, does that ever concede to this on a board connected
2.4.
where we could very well just be drawing all but dead?
Yeah, I think so. I think at the very least it's extremely close because you can be dead sometimes, like you said.
And Chuan not going to waste any time as he bins it. Sends the Zulker rail. I like this guy, the far left Hulk Fist guy, really is committed to the rail pound. There he is, kind of back of your screen there.
He looks genuinely happy to be there as well.
He could end up with an imbalanced forearm situation by the end of this thing if Zulker hangs around long enough. Kind of a Popeye the Sailor Man right side, and then more of an olive oil on the left. Oof. I mean, I think he's clear of olive oil, but just for contrast. You ever watch Popeye, Jesse? You too young?
No, I got some Popeye in the day. I just trying to imagine this dichotomy he's laid out for us. It reminds me of a certain Quagmire scene in Family Guy. I won't get too far into it, but
you know, Family Guy is perhaps even more dangerous a topic than the ones that I'm willing to bring up, as Wang creating some peril for those behind him. Button open and take it.
Good, like 5.1.
Well, Negreanu's at a final table in the $2,500 mix bet, but guess who else is making a run at something? None other than the Poker Brad, not at the final table, but he is our Poker Stars Spotlight, playing the 10K 7-card stud 8 or better championship.
the man, the myth, the golden glasses. What does that face tell you about how he's doing so far, Ollie? That's a tough one to read.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the stack. It doesn't look paltry.
No.
You know. By the way, this is like the inception of Aria signage. He had the outer layer, then the inner layer, dual jacket. That was committed. But you know, business daddy pays some buy-ins. I
Yeah.
assume.
No one can advertise like my man Helmuth.
No, I mean, truly a billboard. And if the price is right, just ask the people at Bitcoin Latinum. You'll wear it. Ace Jack 4 deuce.
In the middle, 1.4.
Jacks up and the nut diamond draw here for Zulker, just all over this one, which was played as a limp pre-flop. Note that Zhou has a gut shot and worse diamonds, excuses potentially to find a problem. Thus far, the check is nice.
Can't believe he brought up the Latinum.
I'm just saying, man, he really plugged the hell out of that thing. What's it worth right now? Is it at zero? What?
Well, is it ever really at zero, Ollie?
Well, there's always somebody hanging on. Let's see whether or not Zhou Chuan hangs on in the face of this barrel.
They say Latinum will rise from the ashes like a phoenix.
Well, the ashes is probably where it's going to have to rise from. And it's going to take Phoenix, Scottsdale, Tempe, Tucson, the whole state of Arizona to rise from those ashes. The pot rising to 3 million now after Chuan understandably calls the 800. Oof, pretty way to miss if you're Zulker. Jack's full. Never mind the diamonds. We've got our man drawn dead. A board pair in Pot-Limit Omaha, that Jesse, is the kind of thing that really tarnishes straight and flush draws, though. Not that this was one that Chuan was excited about to begin with, but that's a card where you could really see him losing any desire to proceed further. And it's such a good card, in fact, that Zulker plays it as a check back. Unable to induce, however, after the king rolls off, and now the pursuit of value will be on his mind.
Yeah, nice check back. Zulker senses that when Zhou just calls that small bet on the flop, he has probably some of the weaker draws, so only way to get more money out of them is checking back once you've made the full house. His opponent not taking any sort of bait, though. Just quickly checks river as well. Zulker finds a little breathing room here. Up to 16 big blinds. He was in a pretty critical spot a moment ago.
$6.7.
Stack update being provided. Sit this one out. Rafael double suited ace-9-8 tray, plus the puck.
Pretty one for Michael Wang, and he's in position. Just checks, though.
Queen, queen, jack 5 with the spades. Keeping a lid on the pot. 6-5 deuce. Flush draw unlocked. Zhou, two-way straight draw, and that key ace of spades in case of emergency. Just the overpair and a 5 dangler.
Kind of a fun hand for the small blind. And Wang checking back pre-flop feels like a bit of a deviation from his usual MO. I have to imagine this is due to stack situations. I think we could even check back this flop for similar reasons. We do have a lot of hand, though.
$750 invested. Another 1.5 into the purse. 2.7 now. Board pairing 5, and now the queens are no longer what Wang is centering focus on as he makes trips.
I was about to say there's a number of turn cards where we could find some very interesting situations. Any non-board pairing spade, for instance. This one, not as fun. Unless you're Michael Wang, and then that's a very fun card.
Fun may be over in the face of a barrel for Zhou Chuen, but he is not allowed to depart as the check back from Wang brings an ace on the end, which hits Zhou Chuen.
Oof.
This is going to get slightly awkward depending on the sizing from Wang, because certainly there are figures where Zhou is going to feel compelled to keep him honest. And sometimes we dial all the way up to full pot in the interests of imparting polarity to our decision and make that ace a bluff catcher.
And I do feel like when Wang bets this river, one type of hand that he's sort of representing is the 3-4 that flopped a straight, pot controls in the turn, and now goes for river value. And when we have a 4 in our hand, with the ace-9-7-4, we're more compelled to call, potentially, for that exact reason. I don't know if we find the call. This is a big bet as well. But man, you have kind of a nice bluff catcher.
You have clearly someone who's established themselves as the resident photographer on the rail is what you have. I mean, this woman here.
I have to say, we've had a number of final tables with somewhat empty rails. It's nice to see this. Felt like people thought they couldn't enter the mothership this year for a minute there.
Was that something that they were reporting to you, asking whether or not it was accessible?
No, I'm just saying, like, the 100K, for instance, we had 4 or 5 people on the rail. It's like people felt like they weren't allowed in or something. In the past, we've just had these filled up rails and a lot more drinking and festivities. Maybe I'm just being nostalgic, Ollie. I don't know.
I actually feel like every seat should come with its own tap. You know, and like a kind of a dial-a-beer, where you have a rotating nozzle.
Oh,
wow.
Finds the call.
A payday of the 1.8 million as Wang dials up the exact right price. And Zhou Quan has the margin narrowed considerably there.
Yeah, I don't know, Ollie. I'm not generally the guy who does the budget for the horseshoe, but I'll look into whether or not we can get the taps going.
I don't believe, by the way, that 2 empty, 1 partially drank beer situation that Serena just, you know, cozied up to is her work. And if it is, by the way, she's holding it together. You know, motor skills appear fully intact. Synchronous fist pump. Equilibrium also appears still present. Have I given away 2 ideas here? There was the Hulk Fist koozie, and then like if all of a sudden Jerry Jones puts the in-seat tap into Cowboy Stadium.
Oh man, with the little credit card reader?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. I feel like that might get a bit dangerous. I've seen a few people at football games that might abuse that one.
But see, the thing is, you can also put a cap on.
Oh yeah,
you can control. You know.
You have to blow into something every time you order
right,
a new beer.
There it is. Beautiful.
This is we're really getting somewhere today. Normally we're just doing T-shirts, but we've leveled up in our entrepreneurial.
Yeah, but the problem is I think the idea now just belongs to PokerGo, based on my contract, because I've said it while I'm here. So if El Jefe all of a sudden is on CNBC talking about the in-seat tap or peddling the IPO on Hulk Fist Industries,
you have no recourse. Oh,
you know what I mean?
Brutal.
I get no taste. That'd be tilting. You know, I saw these night shift T-shirts with catchphrases that Schulman and I use in the booth last year, and I confess I don't have any royalty checks. That too, you know.
Not a single residual, huh?
Kind of miffed me. Much like this ace is miffing the 2 kings on the 2-hard board. Schwen brought us here with a raise to 1.4 million that Zulker dug in for, double suited with the 9s. Not the board he had in mind, of course. You like a little tickle here just to usher something into the exit that doesn't contain an ace or a heart draw?
Yeah, I mean, we have the initiative. We can certainly represent some very strong hands on this board. I don't mind just winning the pot right now and not giving your opponent the ability to bluff on later streets. Also, you block some ace-king, ace-jack combos. That's quite nice. If your opponent has something like ace-10, 8-7 with nothing else going on, they may just fold. So you get some better hands to fold.
He does come with a tickle and a take.
I think El Jefe might let you have the personal tap idea, if you ask nicely.
Yeah, right up until the point where I'm you know,
you're Shark Tanking
getting
it.
seed capital. And he's like, wait a minute, didn't we talk about that? Come see me in my office.
So you take on a new investor, you know? He has like 50%.
Yeah, but I'll end up with like 0% is the problem, you know? Producer Jackie stepping in to advise she's going to want a cut of whatever I get because she's in here.
Well, I mean, after putting up with our crap, I think she deserves it more than anyone.
The only problem is, and I feel compelled to advise producer Jackie of this, not that she lacks the math to appreciate it, but 10% of 0% is 0%. So, you know, she's saying, all right, she's negotiated against herself in our headset. and says, I just want one as soon as they're produced. I don't think they're portable. I think it's like a fixed, you know, in the stadium kind of thing. I think Philadelphia would be the good test market for that. Maybe Buffalo. Buffalo at a Bills game. That's, yeah, that's where it happens.
Maybe.
Although we may need to mix hot toddy onto the dial a cocktail. Dial a cocktail would be in the suites. What the hell am I talking about? 1.4 million on the button from Michael Wang. Queen Jack 6 tray, 2 diamonds. Rafael. Queen 7-7-6 with the clubs. Boy, he seems intense right about now.
Well,
Obviously.
he came into this final table with something like 12 million, and he's not stepped out of line once, just sort of been chipped down slowly with second best hands.
I would venture to call it quickly. Yeah. Because we haven't been at it all that long, and that 12 fades to 4 in a hurry. If you enter a pot or two and fail to take it down, and then every 4 hands have this 1 million in chip tax being imposed. Look at this hat back here. Poker is war. I think, you know, given geopolitical state of the world right now, it isn't.
Maybe that's a bit of a
hyperbole. Producer Jackie submitting that maybe solving some of the conflicts out in the Middle East around a poker table would be one idea.
I always like the idea of the 2 generals of an army meet up and just play chess or something for the battle.
You don't like poker?
Poker's fine. There's a bit more variance in poker. I don't know if
Yeah. Yeah, I like backgammon. I like the dice.
play a
You
nice
gotta have
game of
little-
actual war with the cards for.
Yeah, they're just
little
trying
high
to cut
card,
each other
yeah.
by Chris Ferguson their cards at each other. Some cuts could certainly be doled out by Ace King 10, a sharp blade. A snap fold from Zhou Chuen behind Rafael, who is wielding the dagger.
Michael
for the
Wang
full
is
3.8.
getting a fantastic price here. 2.6 to win 8.4, I believe. That's really nice. I don't imagine there are too many hands he folds.
Is not correct.
No.
3.8.
3.7.
3.8.
3.8.
Yeah, 3.8. It's okay.
That's okay.
Just relax, man. You got this.
We'll help you out.
I wish we knew what he had. 2.6 more, and whatever it is, it's on the cusp of being worth it or not, or he would have snapped.
Yeah, I have to imagine he has some kind of low pair in his hand or something that's stopping him from putting the money in. There's also other considerations, obviously. This is a tournament, not a cash game. Losing chips is always bad strategically and makes future situations worse on you. But Michael Wang is not a guy who shies away from a nice price.
Well, look, he's got plenty of
Ooh.
chips with which to dig in, but he's going to be underperforming against Rafael's Ace King 10.
Ace 4-4.
Yeah, that was the problem. Not only did he have a small pair, but he had an ace in his hand
It's a
as
bad
well. So
matchup.
just
I have Ace King 4-4.
knows
to
he's doing
aces.
terribly against aces in particular.
He has better diamonds.
Heads over to upload the rail.
He's got him in jail. We basically need a 4.
Zulker, who's obviously rooting for the big stack so he can get a pay jump, says he's got him in jail.
Yeah, Rafael
I'm so sick. I have to sweat it.
heaps.
This is about as bad a
I've
pre-flop
seen you do
situation as
better,
I've
Mike.
ever seen.
I've seen you figure it out before.
76-21.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever
gonna
seen
be that much
21% without having trips in your hand or something. This is really rough.
Yeah, the diamonds are covered. The Ace King is matched. And the 4 says,
Wow. No way.
As if things hadn't been
He can still hit a queen.
rough enough
He's got a queen.
on Rafael.
He's
He's
got an ace
gathering
or a
his
queen
belongings
out.
with good reason, although you heard Zulker pointing out a queen would work. Only 3 of them in actuality are available right now. The ace does the trick. 1 lone needle left in the deck.
Oh
a board
my
pairing
God.
jack. And it's just
You can hit an
one
ace or a jack.
ace or a jack, because the jack counterfeits forceful and leaves Rafael with the scoop. 3 lone outs. And that ain't one of them. And the queen, by the way, would have done the trick absent the board pair.
Brutal. I do feel a bit guilty, like I cursed Rafael there.
Can't believe a 4 came.
Manifest.
I gotta tell you,
A 4 come.
having to get earfuls of the elation associated with
Mike
one of the
Wang can
dirtier
do it, man.
beats
He
you'll
just
see
finds
given
a
the pre-flop
4.
equity disparity for Sean Rafael is painful.
It must be the
Anesthetic
rail. He
coming
just
in the
finds
form
the
of
four.
$462,000, of course, for his 4th place
What's
finish,
that?
but that was an ouchie.
No choice.
I swore I thought it was coming like 50% of the time instead of like 8% of the time.
He can't even.
Yeah, we're gonna go for it.
Yeah,
can't
exactly.
even
It was
look.
like indifferent.
Three.
That was a dirty one, Ollie.
Thanks.
Yeah, but it creates an ace or a jack.
You know,
It adds 2 outs.
Rafael,
It's not
despite
bad.
being just 33 years old, has been around the PLO block often enough to know that the cookie crumbles that way
Guys.
from time to time.
No
As
days
now.
off. Hey.
No days off.
Some more chocolate chips. Some more
Okay. Lena's just like, yeah, we're
Sweetness
putting them out there, boys.
in the remaining cookies. 650,000 the
days
minimum,
off.
as you saw the
Mike
payouts
Wang,
there
you
brought to you by
can do
Occupy
it, boy.
Poker.
Like, I've seen it many times, and I just thought it was coming again. Like,
You said it.
I did say it.
Zulker sliding into that big pay ladder. And the rungs spread further apart. If you can get your way down to heads up, it'll be worth
1.4.
another $270,000. Zulker goes to work. Doesn't have to jockey any longer with Rafael, so his decision making becomes a little bit more clear.
I believe Zulker has been the shortest stack from 7 on down, and has just
3.3
laddered
behind.
magnificently so far.
Yeah, it was a brief stint where he did not have the shortest stack as Marji slipped behind him.
Ah, okay.
But, I mean, facts remain.
I know what you're thinking. After you
7
hit
or
a
8
4,
handed,
I
he
can
was
do
down
anything.
to 2 million.
It looks pretty comfortable here. Ace, queen, jack 10, and diamonds. Awaiting Wang's decision in the big with the jack 9, 9, 7 in spades.
I feel like all options are on the table. I think Peel makes a lot of sense, but certainly arguments for the other decisions. Wang is really giving this one a think.
All in. Or
Wow, and I guess the thought
Ooh.
wasn't as to whether or not to call or fold, but rather whether or not to give a spin to Zulker. And look at the underperformance of his holding as the jack is shared. Granted, he has a pair with the 9s.
We have ace, queen, 10, jack
He has
with
like-
diamonds.
he has all the overcards. I have
9, 9, 7, jack with 3 spades.
He has all the
2
overcards.
spades.
By the way,
Yeah.
I like
too
choice
short.
there by Zulker to
It's like
say
bubble.
we.
This is a heat check. Mike just went for the heat check. He's like, well, let's see if I can hit a 9. I don't hate a 9, actually. Hit a 9. It's not the end of the world. Just don't fox in me. Give me an outs on the 10.
Zulker's having a great time right now.
Sure, why wouldn't he? He's ridden the short stack all the way up to
Ace, queen, jack, 10.
Yeah, that's a lot of ladders, Ollie. That's around 450,000 worth of ladders from 7th on.
Deuce, deuce, king, and the nines
That's a bad flop.
are looking
really
pretty
bad
right
flop.
now.
How sick is this, though? Zulker is still nearly a coin flip. It's one of the better flops you could ask for if you're Wang.
Yeah, 12% advantage for Wang, which goes away on the turn. All of a sudden, 90-10 back in Zulker's corner, as
If you're
nines
gonna
and
do
deuces
it,
are the only
make it
problems.
the 9, not the deuce. If you're gonna do it, make it the 9, not the deuce. I don't want the deuce, Mike. Put the 9, not the deuce. Not the deuce.
There you go, Michael Zulker.
W very much as he heads to the rail. Another round of fist bumps. He's relishing the moment, Jesse, and you love to see it.
Mine's good.
I mean, he's having a great time out
Good
there.
deal,
He seems
Lena.
so comfortable.
He's going to be a lot more comfortable after he realizes he's entered the
It's
8-figure stack
4.7.
club at long last.
4.7.
Honestly, Ollie, sometimes you're more comfortable when you're the short stack. You feel like you have nothing to lose, and that can be a great standpoint to come from as you build chips.
Yeah, I hear that. Well, he still is technically the short stack, but with 10 million in front of him, he's certainly got more room for operating maneuverability. We're going to step aside and return with more coverage of Event 74, the 10K PLO. As you get that peek, brought to you by PokerStars. We'll return in about 10 minutes. Stay close.
I'm not afraid to do what I have to do.
You know what my problem is? I just don't believe you.
Let's see what this footballer is made out of.
I'm an aggressive player.
Stop showing off, mate. Are you kidding me?
Anything can happen in a big game on tour.
Ultimate, and it looks like it could be the ultimate hand for Zulker if he's unable to hang on.
No, we have ace, king, queen,
edge.
9.
It's a flip.
The rail comes alive in an effort
Ace, king, queen,
to get their bearings.
I cover, yeah.
Where's the board? You guys have a thing here?
I have ace, jack, 7, 5.
Oh, you got that.
Ace, king, queen.
That's how you see the board.
We're not suited.
I have ace,
Yeah,
ace jack,
it's you,
7, 5.
He has ace, jack, 7, 5, 3 spades. We have ace, king, queen, 9, Badoogie.
Hey, Grace.
Really nice of Zulker to spell it out to his rail. I've been on these rails, Ollie. It's sometimes very difficult to know what's going on in these all-ins.
Sucks being
It's not
the
easy to see the board.
Ace, 10, 9. Aces and nines for Zulker, really vaulting into a massive lead. Note the jack is no good for Wang to make the bigger 2 pair because the inside straight would come in. The 10 counterfeiting. Still the ace king plays.
That was
Just
John,
an
a little
8. It
thin.
looks like a better flop
8,
than
right?
that for Wang, but
Just 4 outs would spell disaster for Zulker. No Ocho, no problem. You know, there was some really sweet pumps that you could have latched onto over the course of the last few years. Doge, did you ride the Doge rocket?
I'm more of a fart coin man myself.
Did you really get in there?
Yeah, I did. I got a little bag.
There you go.
I won't lie to you, Ollie.
On the digital methane.
I'm not above the hot air rises, Ollie. I don't know if you're aware of that.
It often comes out of my mouth as well. Queen 10, 10, 9. 3 hearts here. Marji ships in pot and does it in a way that suggests if anybody wants to get after him, he's ready to go beyond simply what the math implies. And I think Zhou Chuan may very well be that man. Ooh. Ace, king, jack, 5. In comes another raise. Wang is slipped. 13 million territory. He bows out, and there is Marji ready to go. So another all-in and call. Marji perhaps feeling like his wheels are a little bit more greased, given that Zulker enjoys the double and he no longer needs to engage in the
Queen
war of
10,
attrition.
10, 9, and
The short stack.
the professor's got
Short
ace,
stack
king,
against-
jack, 5 with diamonds. He's got hearts. Melad's got hearts.
What's up? He made it.
The professor, huh?
I don't
Short
think
stack.
that's his name.
Are we stealing
yeah.
that from Ben Yu?
The 4 seed.
Is that what's happening?
Yeah. And again, the Ben Yu
Yeah, he's all
professor moniker, not the most prevalent one in
I have
poker.
like 13.
That belongs to the Hustler Stream's regular attendee in the cash games. That's a different professor.
Yeah, he is.
Ace, queen, 7. So Marji finds a queen, nothing more. Joe has diamonds,
Yeah,
aces,
this is tough.
and he's got Marji's hopes by the throat here.
The queen is actually terrible for Marji because now a 10 is, well, not terrible because he has other outs, but the 10 would give you a straight.
And you see the turn gives Joe aces and jacks. So Marji needs a king, a queen, or an 8. And instead, it's the nuts for good measure on the end for Joe Chuen, who claims a pelt and an early elimination.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Marji getting some love that he enjoys. Not so enjoyable to look down at 7 high on the button. Rafael, ace 9, 8, 5 in the small. Flicks in the call with some loft.
Yeah, he has a bit of an awkward blind versus blind situation against the chip leader, especially in PLO. The chip leader can put a tremendous amount of pressure on his opponents kind of whenever he wants. And it's very difficult to play back because equities run close in PLO, so they don't have to just fold to you like they would in No Limit when they have some raggedy hands.
You know what else runs close? As we see the king, queen, 6 board here.
You and I?
I'm not sure in what metric you're referring, but for me, the visual between peak Bruce Lee fame, the martial arts star, and
in the middle?
Joe Chuen's vibes whenever he throws those shades on.
1.2, right?
That was my second guess. I see it, though. I see it.
I'm actually, listen, I sent this to someone recently. I'm going to show it to you for good measure.
Is this, we have the same wrap here, by the way. Wow, that is very accurate. That's really close.
Advantage 9-8-5 over the 8-5-4, by the way, as you see Rafael leading right out. Chuen making the call, board pairing king on the end. Ace 9 plays as a winner at Showdown, but I'm not so sure how this one plays out. Rafael wants to protect his chips, of course, but he knows he has Zippo with 2 million in the middle. Will he bluff at it? And if he doesn't, will Joe feel compelled to do so?
It's a tricky river card because I feel like when Rafael bets the turn and Joe just calls, we have a situation where Rafael has more of the nutted hands, but top card pairing,
650.
always scary to bluff into.
And perhaps the check back on the flop from Joe feels honest, and so Rafael's a lot more comfortable about barreling with that king. Little did he know it, but he was bluffing with the best hand there.
Nice pickup there, giving himself a great.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2025 World Series of Poker 10K Pot-Limit Omaha. Event 74 at Horseshoe, Las Vegas. Shot and Jesse Sylvia back in the booth with 3 of our original 5 combatants. 2 met the end of the road during our first frame of play, and only 3 remain with 650,000 and a pay ladder of roughly 270K. Ultimately, 1 7-figure payout plus that bracelet will go to the eventual champion in this one. Min cash was 20K. Those payouts brought to you by Octopi Poker. And this frame will be brought to you by a level up to number 34, 250, 500 with a 500K big blind ante, 1.25 million every 3 hands. The price of poker. Zulker doubled just before the break into 10 million. now has some operating room on 20 bigs. See Zhou Chuan, still your chip leader by about 6 million over Michael Wang.
This is a nice looking hand for Wang, blind versus blind especially.
The shorter we get, the more value these sorts of hands have.
Absolutely.
Playing it as a limp, and Zulker finds aces.
Speaking of hands that get great when you're short, Ollie, this is a hand that's great at any time, but
well,
boy, do you love seeing aces when you're short.
And they weren't so great for Sean Rafael versus a set of fours, of course.
That's a strong counterpoint.
But we'll take them. That much is for sure. Here come the tariffs, and there's no pause button. 1.5 million. If you do, Mr. Wang.
I do like Wang's choice to limp in from the small blind. The idea being you're not that far ahead of most of the hands that will call, and you have to play out of position against them. It's kind of nice to keep the pot small if and when your opponent has something like pocket aces. Look at this flop.
King, Jack,
Wow.
8 with a couple of spades. 3 pair for Wang. The aces are down, but the key ace of spades is present, along with backdoor hearts and the immediate gut shot.
3 pair is the real aces killer. When you have 2 pair, your opponent has those additional counterfeit outs, but losing that equity is actually pretty massive.
As you can see here, about the 38% advantage that belongs to Wang, who has checked it over.
This is a sketchy flop for Zulker, absolutely, but he does have a lot of hands. So he has backdoor flush draw. He has the gut shot. He might just feel like he has enough to go with it and play pot-sized bet, call it off. He will really regret having done so if he does. Wow. 70% of the time he'll regret it.
Yeah. Here he comes. 1.1. So far from full pot, but compelled to maybe bring some things into focus. And again, ace of spades could be so relevant in the effort to win this one.
I'm not sure if Wang's going to give him the chance to use that blocker. I think this might just be a check pot. It's a bit weird.
Pot.
Yeah, he does.
And this is because a board such as this versus a pre-flop raiser is going to give you so many draws with that raising range that we want to tax them the maximum right here. 5.7 more if you do, ace-ace.
I think so. It's just such a nice stack to pot to just pile the chips in. Obviously, you're not doing exceptionally well if your opponent has something like aces with spades or ace-queen 10, ace-ace-queen 10, that sort of thing. But you're just more than happy to pile it in for a pot-size raise with 3 pair. Tell your opponent, you know what, if we have to run it, we got to run it, but I'm ahead right now. And he's in great shape against this hand.
Listen, even if the aces are in front, the range of hands that will be willing to check pot here, we are not doing great against.
No, not at all. This is a very awkward situation now for Zulker. You kind of hate having the ace of spades in your hand when your opponent pots, because now you're blocking some of his draws that you might be ahead against too. I don't know. This is tough. I would say I don't want to be in his shoes right now, but I wouldn't mind being 3-handed at the 10K PLO final table, personally.
But when it comes to this specific spot, all of a sudden, the luster gives way to a lot of tarnish on these aces.
He might let it go.
Wouldn't blame him.
There
And sure
you
enough,
go.
great choice there from Zulker as he keeps the damages to a minimum, considering how poorly things might have turned out.
Always
So
a fantastic fold when you're getting a price like that.
I was going to say, Wang taking it down as we get a look at his bio board. Brought to you by Play Poker Go. There it is. Livingston, New Jersey. That's where he's from. Originally born in New Orleans, now lives in Vegas. Went to Lehigh University, Jesse. I believe it's the Groundhogs, I think. Down there in Lehigh. I've actually been there and participated in one of the oldest rivalries in all of college football versus Liberty, I believe. Is there the Mountain Hawks, by the way, producer Jackie coming in? I knew there was some sort of bird of prey situation, but anyhow, they have this amazing thing at Lehigh called bed racing, where they actually will wheel out what I believe are beds on wheels from the dorms and then race them through campus. And I got to tell you, that's a dangerous sport.
Yeah, but I'm sure no alcohol is involved in a situation like that, right?
You know, you're close. I believe no sobriety is involved.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Same, but different.
Yeah.
You know, and those bed drivers could benefit from a little bit more sobriety, because I went sailing right off that memory foam. Queen 10-8, middle set here for Zulker up against the open ender of Zhou Xuan. Limp pot pre.
Could you imagine that sport takes off and you're at some sort of elegant dinner and people are like, what do you do? And you're like, oh, I'm a bed driver, professional bed driver.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
But by the way, driver's a bit more, you know, respectable than mattress rider in that situation. Although, you know, famously, as we see the 700,000 coming from Zhou, which is going to get leaned on potentially here by middle set. You know, in the Isle of Man, they have these crazy races through the entire, like, open roadway that gets closed off once a year. And a lot of people die, actually, in this, so it's controversial. But they got these insane super bikes with a sidecar. And the dude in the sidecar actually needs to move around to counterbalance things, as now a deep imbalance arrives on the turn. A board pairing 8. Zulker did not chatter on the flop, and now has Zhou Xuan drawing dead unbeknownst, and he could find himself in a little bit of trouble if he continues to lean here.
Yeah, and Zhou has such a weak hand with a little bit of a draw to it. This is kind of a nice one to barrel. You don't mind if your opponent were to find a raise. It's not like it's a big laydown or anything, so.
No, this is 1.3 to try to snatch 2.9, but.
And this does work a lot. If your opponent has a draw on the board pairs, they probably just let it go.
Sure.
Unfortunately, he's run into the full house. This is actually quite unlucky for him.
By the way, credit to Zulker, given that there was some texture to the flop that he didn't interfere with, absent a 7, a 9, and a jack in his hand for the check and flat.
Yeah.
As he opened the door to this extra 1.3.
We're looking at the absolute upside of just calling the flop, right? And that is the board pairs and your opponent continues bluffing with a hand that's drawing dead. Those are the really high equity situations in Pot-Limit Omaha.
Another flat from Zulker as he's trying to lay some rope. The 3 would have been the absolute banger for his purposes. Instead, we see the backdoor diamonds arriving. Chuan with no diamond other than the 9 in hand. Not one I suspect he's going to be trying to ride to glory. Check call across 2 streets on this board, and you start to eliminate the draw side of the spectrum from Zulker's range, don't you?
Yeah, you probably imagine, like your idea when you bet the turn is that your opponent folds a number of draws. So once that doesn't happen, I think giving up is really nice here.
Yeah, Zhou Xuan agrees as he shuts it down and gets shown the 10s full. Zulker's rail with a small eruption. Back up to near 10 million for Zulker. Well, the Splash MLB Hit Streak Survivor is back on Splash Sports, and this time it's a 10K heavy hitter. Starting July 4th, pick 2 batters and an alternate to start. If either gets a hit, you advance. From day 2 on, it's 1 pick a day. miss, and you're out. Go the distance, and the full 10K is yours. Enter now at splashsports.com.
You do any splashing, Ollie?
I do, Jesse. I've not yet splashed on Splash Sports, but sickly enough, I put in about a 20-hour session in a cash game overnight from, day through night to the next morning. And then I realized I don't want to screw my schedule up and I want to stay awake, and I was on the strip, but I wasn't really mentally there for poker. So, naturally as one does, I sauntered into the high-limit blackjack pit, which got briefly ugly, I confess. And, and we...
Briefly or temporarily? Are we talking...
Temporarily ugly, as things get pretty here for Wang. Queen, queen, 9-8 takes us to 1.5 million. Zhou with the ace-jack, by the way, triggering the blackjack reflex. Wow. Queen 10-10 triggering the second nuts versus a club draw and a Broadway gutter along with the backdoor royal. Now we have talked about, Jesse, the aversion toward proceeding on paired boards with flush and straight draws. But if ever there were a time to maybe stay curious in the face of something modest enough, you could see a world in which Zhou would hunt the turn. 1.5 million into 3.5. How do you like it?
I think this is too much hand to let go of. Zhou can expect Wang to continuation bet with a very wide range here. And you're obviously not drawing dead against a huge chunk of that range. Wow, he just folds though.
That's classy. He had the open-ender, the clubs, backdoor hearts. That is a lot of hand to step away from. And I got to tell you, Jesse, I feel as though the lack of position and the depth of Michael's stack, coupled with the ICM of the ladder between third and second, all played a role in that.
Man, that was the least expected decision point I've seen so far, and his timing could not have been better.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So Wang taking the chip lead. Ace-Jack 9-9. Another one worthy of play. This time as the opener. With a raise to 1.6.
I will say Wang continuation bet a little bit bigger on that board than I would have expected. I wonder if that played into Zhou's decision making there.
You think 1 million and he's finding the turn?
Yeah, 1 million, even like quarter pot maybe. I don't think we ever fold versus quarter pot, but what do I know? I didn't think he'd fold versus half pot.
Yeah. It was sub half pot.
Yeah,
but
true.
Still. Well, Zhou Chuan's been around the block. 12.85 million in career tournament earnings across 214 caches. Touched on those Macau roots, which is where poker really exploded in terms of cash games. Granted, short deck was the game of choice back there. Chuan's tournament journey began all the way back in June of 2011 when he picked up his first cash back there in Macau and quickly became a prominent figure.
Speaking of prominent, Zulker looking down at the stone nuts.
Ace, ace, queen 10 double. This is dream material.
We're going to get a nice insight into Zulker's strategy here. Yeah, because if he were to limp this hand, he's probably playing a pure limp strat. Considering that it doesn't get much better than this hand ever. Pot-Limit Omaha pre-flop. Does raise it up, and Zhou has a little something himself.
King Jack 7-7 with the inferior spades. Invests the extra million required. King 4 tray board. Top pair versus the aces.
Not your favorite flop to look down at if you're Zulker. Just one backdoor flush draw.
But it's pretty dry,
yeah,
as flops go. No front door flush draw. The 3 and the 4 aren't supposed to interact too mightily with the defending range for Quan.
I was thinking maybe one of the worst flops that Zulker still pots it in with, but he decides to go for check. this could get problematic.
The deuce on the turn. Backdoor diamond draw showing up, and we have no diamond in hand.
Things became a lot more awkward on this turn card for Zulker. Check now seems a lot more mandatory.
Snap check back from Zhou Chuan, by the way. Backdoor diamonds showing up. I'll tell you what, a third check out of Zulker's aces here, and you could see a world in which Zhou Chuan may, just in case, try to represent, but I guess King Jack deemed to have too much showdown value.
Yeah, I think if he had a little less hand there, he would have certainly considered bluffing with the 7 of diamonds in his hand, but just top pair, probably too much to be considering.
Hulk Fists getting a workout there as we give you some headlines from around the series. The grinder, Michael Mizrachi, with an astonishing 4th victory in the PPC. Shina Okamoto also raising eyebrows with her 2nd straight ladies championship. And of course, Benny Glaser taking some breath away as he has 3 bracelets on the summer and leads the player of the year race. Scott Seaver last year, a 3 bracelet winner, and I continue to marvel at the fact that anybody wins multiple bracelets, let alone 3 of them.
It's insane, Ollie. Coming from a guy who hasn't won that many across his whole lifetime.
Yeah.
3 in one year sounds pretty ridiculous to me. I saw Scott Bowman in line for the 100K PLO today, by the way. He's hot on Benny's heels.
Uh-oh.
It's actually really sick to not have a bracelet and be very close in the POY race with a man who has 3.
Sure. Jared Blesnick, by the way, described that 4th PPC victory as the greatest accomplishment in the history of poker. Up for debate, but weigh in. Let us know what you
Definitely
think.
in the argument. I think 2nd, first in the ladies event is up there as well.
Yeah.
That's a big field.
I zero in on that back-to-back-to-back dealer's choice bracelets in the same event for Adam.
Yeah,
Friedman.
that was wild.
That, for me, was the one that... I mean, I had to just explain to Adam he's no longer welcome in our mix game. I was like, Adam, buddy, you're too good.
Did you even have to explain it to him, or did he kind of know it was coming?
I think he may have known. I think he also might have been too pumped up to bother slumming it with us.
Yeah, fair.
You know.
You're like, you call him up, you're like, hey, Adam. He's like, I know.
He's like, don't worry, I don't play that small anymore.
Sorry.
Oh, I've just clocked this Louis Vuitton track jacket on Joe, who has a lot of flavor in the closet, by the way. Famously at final tables at Triton, he wears this white suit.
Really?
Yeah, he classes it up. He's kind of a Bond-like figure. You know, I could see him with the martini.
He strikes me as a guy with a lot of style. I have to apologize to him, by the way. I don't know if I could have interpreted the phonetical spelling for his name that you slid over to me any worse than I did, but...
Yeah, I think you've explored, at this point, 7 to 8 incorrect methods with which to pronounce Z-H-O-U, and I've enjoyed every one of them. You know, I've indulged.
I do feel like I'm honing in on the right one, Ollie, slowly, but I'm getting there.
Yeah.
Maybe? I don't know.
With
I think I had it right the first time, and then you handed me this piece of paper, and I got all confused.
Yeah. With each hack of the lingual cleaver, you have come closer to a choice cut. 7-5 tray here, as we see Zulker with way the best of things. Top pair, gutter.
Wang has a fun hand to run it with. Not a lot of equity, but 2 4s. Board runs out clean. This might be one he continues bluffing all the way.
I want to say it's the first chance we've had to see blockers get put to work in the way in which you expect them to in Pot-Limit Omaha. Such a big part of the game.
Yeah.
And especially when it comes to the bluffs.
The problem with these pure bluffs where you just have blockers and no equity is that it's so rare the board actually runs out clean. Here, case in point right here. Deuce of clubs comes off. Suddenly his hand is borderline worthless.
Yeah, the sheets have been soiled by that deuce. You know what's funny?
I caught it.
I didn't even mean that.
Oh, man.
That was a happy accident, I promise. I can't take
Okay,
credit for it.
yeah, but that last one, happy accident, you definitely meant to do.
Oh, wow. No, I didn't mean to do that either.
Come on.
Listen, those are not happy accidents, Jesse, if you're soil. Anyway.
You all got me in here working with a 4-year-old.
I'll take the under. I'm so far removed from the adequate level of maturity for my post. I don't know why I continue to be gainfully employed. Not that I'm suggesting, you know, because I got some bills to pay. But anyhow, no payments on the turn as it goes check, check. 10 on the end, and Wang finds one pair. Well, Zulker has 2 pair. And a half up for grabs, Jesse.
You probably don't expect top pair to be good at this point ever, so.
And that bet sizing suggests that he isn't necessarily eyeballing 10-9 for value. 2 million into 3.5, but he is trying to make it look like value.
Yeah. I wonder if Zulker ever, no, he doesn't look too excited about this situation.
Well, he too has some blockers.
He does. He has that 10 of clubs, which is actually very relevant because when Wang goes bet, check, bet, he's not representing the nut flush too often. He's representing some of those middling flushes that needed to pot control on the turn a little bit and then decide to go for value on the river. A lot of those have the 10 of club in their hand, so 10 of club very relevant here.
Well, 6 is also interfering with paths to a straight.
Sure.
And we have to ask ourselves how often the bet, check, bet line would be tethered to a straight.
Yeah, it would be thin. Definitely not outside of the realm of possibility.
You see the squint on Zulker here as things feel slightly sus.
I think when it really comes down to it, Zulker just sort of has that classic bluff catcher type of hand, and he has to decide if his opponent is bluffing enough for this to be a good call. You'd be giving your opponent credit if you were to call it. Wow, he just lets it go. Nice hand by Michael Wang.
Getting one through. And those are harmful blows to Zulker down at the bottom of the leaderboard. You see Wang feeling a bit swaggy on the back end of that one. I like this guy. I wonder if he bed raced out at Lehigh. I think you kind of have to. It's not that big a school. You know, I don't think you can really sit stuff out. You got to be in there.
You lose your scholarship if you don't bed race, I heard.
What if you get a scholarship? You know, you're like, I was the best high school bed racer in the nation. Can I get 4 years or what? That'd be weird. I would love to do that. I actually chair raced at the World Series one year. They were breaking the whole place down, and we grabbed the chairs the players are in right now and decided that we would bet on who could get a running start and then leap onto the chair and then glide as far as possible. Kind of like the long jump.
Yeah, I like
the
that.
Olympics. Until B.J. Nemeth famously went a little bit too hard at and face planted. Got a rug burn somewhere that most people wouldn't. That was the end of, that was the end of chair racing.
I remember the year I went deep in the main event. It was back when the main event was the last event. So when a table broke, they literally broke down the table and stacked it on the rack.
Yep.
Pause for a second to say Michael Wang defending, or sorry,
shooting it.
Zhou defending. Very interesting flop here.
Look at this massive wrap. 10-9-4, a couple of diamonds. The queen jack is shared, but you see Zhou with the advantage by 5%.
I mean, Zhou has all of it here. He's got the mega wrap. Wang has sort of the type of hand that you just kind of pot control and try to find a nice turn with.
And that is an unkind turn. The 7 of spades, which gives Zhou jack high, straight, nuts as it stands. Wang can only chop with the 8 or king.
Would imagine, yeah, this just goes bet and fold from Wang, but We shall see. Wang never likes to give up easily.
Concession, though, in the face of the 2.8 was well served, as he had 0% to haul that one in, and only 18% of the time was he going to pay a visit to the carving station. Zulker back to his seat for continued proceedings. He slid over, by the way.
Gets lonely over there, Ollie. As all of your table mates get busted and.
You know,
look at this.
I've never had more of an appetite for loneliness than when my table mates bust. That's a good kind of lonely. You know?
At this point, I'm just digging through anything you say for innuendos, and I don't even.
Well, Zulker going to dig into his stack and bring 1.5 out there. We see the reasons why. On the button, Schwen won't participate. Out of the small. Let's see what Wang's working with. Dust.
That is a truly piss poor looking hand. Just kicks it in, nice.
You know that the blood alcohol levels are elevated when the raise and take it generates, you know, some vocal outbursts. Well, we're looking to generate an opportunity for 15 winners to get a $5,000 package to compete in a signature event at the end of 2025. Brought to you by True Classic and PokerGO. Just tell us your poker story at trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo for your chance to win. Submit now and take your shot. Aces and a suit here for Wang. He's chosen to limp this one, so a little trappy. Zulker with the check back. Ten, 8, 6. Zulker making bottom two pair to leap in front of the aces. And this is poor board texture for ace, queen, 6 with hearts. No heart on board. Connection with the 6. Ace of spades could prove useful. But now we're forced to check it over to Zulker, whose check back range will include plenty of things that smash this. Well aware of that.
Zulker just betting out here. I suppose this hand is easier to play as a bet and take it now than try to navigate turn and river on a number of cards uncomfortably.
But with a check in front of us from the limper and a good amount of hand, you can sort of understand Zulker's desire to get some chips flowing. 1.6 added to the purse. 9 of spades is a devastator in terms of texture development. Jack of spades is a good interfering card for Zulker. He too doesn't love it, but Wang's ace is really starting to rot. But as we pointed out, that ace of spades, we've yet to see the dry ace play, but it is such a prevalent part of Pot-Limit Omaha. When you hold that card, you know that your opponent can have the nut flush, although granted, when it's something like 10, 8, 9, there's a few straight flushes available. Zulker's jack of spades is actually the better dry card than the ace in this situation. He does choose to check back, however. 3 of diamonds is about as irrelevant as a Ralph Nader candidacy.
Shots fired, man.
I know, we're pretty far removed from Nader, but damn.
Still hurts.
That was one of those hopeless candidates. Ross Perot, by the way, also Although I'm going deeper into the well there. Caught a peek at Ren Lin on hand, by the way. He's buddies with Zhou Chuan and number 3 on China's all-time money list, while Chuan is 4th.
Wang is going to go for it with this bear ace. I think that was part of the plan of check calling the flop. Certainly was bluffing if the ace shows up and it goes check, check.
2.5 into 3.1 on the healthier side.
For Zulker, this feels like an impossible call to make. Yes, you have the jack of spades in your hand, but you have so little to go with it, and you just have better hands in this situation quite often. You could have turned a flush and checked it back. You could have a number of straights with a spade in your hand. You could have a better 2-pair with the jack of spades in your hand. You're really kind of at the very bottom of hands that would even consider calling.
I mean, he doesn't beat value.
No. He barely beats bluffs.
Would better 2-pair choose to turn itself into a bluff?
No, I don't think so, but
nice work there from Wang.
Yeah, really well done by Wang.
Wang back in the chip lead. There's Ren.
Not usually.
2.3 million in career earnings.
What about right now?
Mr. Lady Gaga himself. You're familiar with the Lady Gaga, right?
Of course. You kidding me?
He's so much fun to watch at the table.
If we made a Ren Lin doll, there's about 4 or 5 things that we can program into it when we pull the ring in the back.
Yeah.
You know, fold to final table, fold to heads up, no gamble, no future, Lady Gaga.
It's the ace of spades, right?
You know.
Is he a big social media guy? I feel like if he had a vlog, he'd have a couple million followers just from catchphrases alone.
Sure. I confess I don't follow him if he is prevalent in those streets. Generally, when I depart the booth, I try to stay kind of poker free in between.
You're not a big vlog guy, Ollie? I always pegged you for a...
Yeah, just sitting there scrolling through, making sure I'm caught up. Nah. Well, from aces to kings for Michael. No suits, but he does get after the blinds. Zhou Chuan, ace 10, 6, 5, and clubs finds aces up on this 2-diamond, 2-Broadway card board. Gut shot for Wang.
A little 10 of diamonds, perhaps some scenarios where we end up bluffing using that 10 of diamonds. This is certainly a flop where Wang could play it either way as a check or a bet. I think there's merits for both. For Zhou, I think this is mostly a check call. Check raising would be a bit of an overplay.
Well, it's a check back from Michael. Deuce of club turn, and now we have 2-pair with the nut flush draw, and plenty of reasons to send some tokens out there.
This is going really well for Zhou. Once it's gone check, check, you imagine your ace-5 is nearly always good. And now we've picked up nut flush draw as a backup measure. And I don't know how Wang continues in the face of this big bet. Yeah, it just kicks it in.
Yep. Pretty straightforward decision making there.
Even in Wang's defense, he lost the minimum, given the strength of his hand pre-flop at least.
Yeah, you can't get married to a hand that looks great pre-flop, especially on a board such as that. Well, this year's World Series took a big leap into the future as buy-ins and information were all digitized stuffed into the WSOP Plus app, positively received by players and fans alike. Give it a download today on the App Store or Google Play. Who knows what next year has in store, as the reins are officially and totally going to be handed over to the folks at GG Poker, who bought the World Series for $500 million, Jesse, and they didn't make that kind of outlay in terms of expense without some real designs on getting a solid ROI on this thing. Joe looking for ROI with ace 10 9 5. Diamonds check back from the king queen trade deuce and clubs.
You know, if they're looking to spend $500 million on something, Ollie's got some great ideas down here in the booth.
Oh, listen, I've got great ideas for a lot less than $500 million, as the ideas here favor Zhou Chuen with the wheel against bottom two. 2 quick checks and 3s full on the turn, no waiting for Mike Wang. Look at Zhou Chuen though, navigating this one with good discipline, given what we can see and he can't.
Yeah, but the bet is coming, and I have to imagine he's continuing once Michael Wang bets. Wait, maybe not. Okay. The way he grabbed his hole cards, for a minute I thought he was just going to let it go, but seems crazy facing 1/2 pot size bet. Eventually flicks it in.
Jack on the river is as dry as it gets. So 750 shaved off of Chuen so far. He checks it one last time, and let's observe whether Wang gets full Gordon Gecko on the end here.
This is going to be a very tough river spot for Zhou after Wang bets, because we don't have any blockers to the type of hands that Wang is representing. At that point, he's representing mostly full houses. We don't have a single blocker to that. Our hand's a pure bluff catcher, and it's not even the best possible bluff catcher. Not even close to it, really. Looks like Wang went full pot as well.
Yeah, greed is good. In the words of the famous Wall Street character, played by Michael Douglas. But is ace 5 good? That's the question. I mean, does 5-6 get this greedy? Joe decides it doesn't. And so he keeps his man honest. And this is going to be the widest margin that I can recall seeing for Michael Wang, who immediately looks over to his rail with a thumbs up. They're loving it.
Michael Wang has been getting a lot of value today on the river, especially against Zhou. Has to be happy with his performance so far.
Boy, sort of a somber limp here on the button on the back end of that full pot payoff from Zhou Chuen.
It really didn't feel great.
Yeah, it was. It had a lot of sadness wrapped around it, didn't
Yeah.
it? Trip sixes. Zulker with an absolute trash napkin.
Couple of dusty hands. This might be one of the worst hands that Wang completes in the small blind as well.
Queen 10-4 and a couple of hearts. None of the rags turning to riches. Joe's pair of 10s. Best of what's around. Rapid fire round of checks. Nobody with a 4. I want to make a bold prediction, Jesse.
What's that?
This pot's not going to make the highlight reel.
You don't think he goes check, check, bet from Zhou, check raise by Wang, all in by Zhou? Something like that?
No, I don't.
Nothing.
All right, fair enough.
I don't run a psychic hotline or anything, but every now and again the future does feel available to us.
We got dealt trips in our hand and it checked down. We beat Wang, but we didn't beat the other guy.
Zhou had middle pair on the turn 3 ways in Pot-Limit Omaha. He had like 85% or something. That's rare, Ollie.
Well, there's a look at your Oats overnight tournament summary. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. There's 874 entries were responsible for the 8.1 million plus total in the prize pool. Marji and Rafael, the only 2 eliminated thus far on the day as we continue to hunt a bracelet winner. And the name on the pay to the order of field of a check for almost 1.4 million here in this 10K Pot-Limit Omaha. Jesse, I'm going to make a bold prediction.
Is this going to be bolder than the last one, or?
It's going to be the same one. that pot, given this time I'm not looking into the future, but rather in the rear view, also not going to make the highlight reel.
I mean,
make the case.
This is actually boding really well for me because I've had a couple of little statements today where I was like, did I just say the obvious? And then you come in with this haymaker of clearly what's happening.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that.
I just was trying to take the heat off you as a sporting colleague.
Thank you, Ollie.
You're welcome, Jesse.
After all the trash you've been talking this summer, I do appreciate a little bit of... By the way, I have a bone to pick with you.
Uh-oh.
I caught up on the last PLO stream.
Oh.
And I noticed some comments directed my way. I wasn't even in the booth. I was just out there supporting my friend.
You caught, I won't even call it a stray. You caught a...
I caught a direct hit, Ollie.
Well, catching top pair and the nut flush draw here is Joe Chuen. More on the direct hit later. Wang has caught the gut shot and top pair spadeless holding here. This was limp 1.5 call. Joe checking over, and look at Michael. There could be something odious on the bottom of his sneaker after this flop bet. Of course, whether or not he stepped in it here will be contingent upon Joe's response to the 2.4 million chip C-bet into 3-5.
Joe
flat.
Joe has a nice hand here, but all of the 2 pairs are very awkward for him.
And so is that 6.6 million in front of Zulker, and that big pay ladder between third and second, which is going to be influential in terms of his procedures against the now covering stack of Mike Wang. Second 9 on the turn. Backdoor diamonds arrive. Ace king still best.
Have to imagine Wang needs to respect this turn card. Very easy for Joe to have some kind of 9 type of holding, especially when we have an ace in our hand. Doesn't seem like he wants to bet too often, although he does have a pretty big advantage in the aces department.
Yeah, and maybe that's what allows him to feel cozy about betting this turn and then maybe checking back rivers.
Yeah.
Because even the 9s are wary of aces full in a spot such as this.
So the positives of this bet are that you get to fold out hands with a tremendous amount of equity. Some spade draws, some straight draws, some spade and straight draws. The downside is you leave in a number of hands that are beating you, namely hands with a 9 in them. Look at this, though. You get a lot of equity to fold here.
Yeah, that is a big lay down there from Zhou Chuen. As now, Michael Wang enjoys the near 2-to-1 chip lead over Zhou Chuen, who slips into midfield all by himself. Largest margin that Wang has enjoyed since the onset of this one.
Boy, he is cruising right now.
Well, if you're looking for what to do in November, how about from the 3rd through the 12th, heading down to Las Vegas for the NAPT, which returns to Resorts World for a 3rd run. The 50K Super High Roller, 5K main event, 1K PokerStars Open, and a 1K Women's High Roller will all be on the docket. And if you're online in Pennsylvania, Jersey, Michigan, or Ontario, you can click your way in. Check the PokerStars lobby for your options. Now, this bone to pick, Jesse, that you alluded to earlier, not a stray, but a direct shot, as you weren't even in the booth, but you were out there on the rail.
You did me foul, Ollie.
What happened, Jesse? What did I do?
I don't remember the exact phrasing. Something about me looking for a loan on the rail.
Somebody was crowned champ, if I'm not mistaken, and it's somebody that you knew well, and so you came over to offer some celebratory support, and I hadn't clocked you at any point until he won. And so I suggested that your arrival was kind of, you know, just there as somebody who's been bestowed some fiscal windfall and maybe, you know, has some attractive rates on a hard money loan.
All right, there's 2 things about this I want to say. One, I do appreciate the fact that when I repeated what you said back to you, you laughed, meaning that you got to relive that joke and you enjoyed it a second time. I do have some level of appreciation for that.
It was nothing but impish love, but go on.
Oh, okay. Well, 2,
I didn't really think you were there for a loan.
He did put me in the next 1,500 that ran.
Stop, so. Get out of here. King Jack 9-8 here as Zhou says stop to Zulker's limp. Taxes paid. As King Jack 9-8 durable enough for the extra 1 million required. Pot grows to 3.5. Spades would be a problem. Only 1 on the board, however. Queen 7-5 and a couple of diamonds. You see the gut shot for Zulker. Pair of 5s for Zhou.
Just checks it here. Ooh. Yeah, with this stack to pot, not the best one to be putting it in with no pair. And Zhou just identifies that once it's been checked to him, he has enough hand to put it in. You can get a lot of equity to fold, Ollie. Look at this. It's a flip, but Zulker just kicks it in.
I confess, I didn't really anticipate a pair of 5s to get that proud, and yet Zhou Chuen with a well-timed full pot barrel. Zulker stepping right out of there. Yeah. Not that he mucked a huge hand, but.
No, but when you're that short and you have a pair and your opponent's check to you, you're like, you know, I could just take it down right here some percentage of the time. And if I don't, I have a pair. I can catch up. I have a number of 2-pair outs. Probably some backdoor flush draw type of stuff. I don't know. Well played by him. Zulker is in very dangerous territory now.
Double suited Queen Jack 9-4. This is playable territory.
This might be enough. You'd prefer to have an ace or a king in your hand, but double suited. Oh, he just limps in. Okay.
Wow, and Zhou wakes up with aces. And a suit, wheel danglers. Pulls back on the yoke and brings us to 2 million on the altimeter. Zolker's limp, not designed for a step away.
No, absolutely not. And he just needs the tiny piece of it on the flop to go with this one. Anything short of a ace, deuce, deuce type of flop, and I think he's in there. Ooh,
Queen,
that's
10 deuce and hearts. This is top pair and an open ender against the overpair and the nut flush. So all in and at risk will be Zulker, a 3-2 dog with 2 to come.
Yeah, that's a fantastic flop if you're Zulker, and just a little unfortunate your opponent's aces came with 2 hearts.
Yeah, that does remove some of the pathways to the straight.
Those
and this
two
is
are
classic PLO fanfare.
No, yeah, it's like top pair and a draw versus aces. Well, I mean, it's a flip.
.2 in the middle and a queen on the turn. That's not enough to lock it up though, and Zulker knows it. That's why he's not doing any celebrating with 1 still left. 8 outs for Zhou Chuen to spoil the fun. An ace or a heart will do it. And queen's full for good measure as Zulker with a key double. Smiling for good reason is Zulker, although he still sits shy of 8 figures in chips, bouncing back off of a low water mark. 9.2 in front of him. Zhou Chuen slipping down to 13 million. He started this final table with 16.3, worked his way all the way up to near 30 million. So his stack has been the one riding the roller coaster.
Michael Zulker with that double up, he's not that far in third. This is a very nice situation for Michael Wang. As these 2 shorter stacks flatten out, he's loving it.
So I've asked this before, but if you're 3-handed, you prefer to have flat stacks behind you at considerable distance versus a clear center field and a clear shorty?
It's tough to say. I think you'd rather have the flat stacks because both players have to be extremely careful, so you can put pressure on each player equally. But it is nice to put a lot of pressure on one player while the other one's real short. I think you would prefer the flat stacks. I know that I would intuitively. I could see arguments against it.
You made it 1.7, right?
Making an argument in favor of 1.75. With the suited ace, king, 8 deuce. Ace, queen, jack deuce with hearts in the big, defendable.
Yeah, this could be consideration for a shove here. You have that ace, you have a suit, you have some Broadway cards, and more importantly, you have a big enough stack that it's possible you will receive some folds from your opponent. Not from the ace, king, 8 deuce nut flush, but there are other hands that may fold to your jam. This is the type of hand that feels very weak 100 big blinds deep, but as we get shorter, it becomes stronger and stronger.
Eight, 5-4 with a couple of clubs. Zhou's hand strengthening to top pair. Wheel gutter. Same wheel gutter for Zulker along with backdoor hearts. Nothing too exciting. Hence the check. Check back, respecting big blind defense range advantage perhaps. Is Zhou. Queen on the turn now. Binks Zulker. He wrestles the lead away.
That's a beautiful card to look down at after it's gone check, check on the flop, Ollie. might feel like you have the best hand a decent percentage of the time. You're still worried about those overpairs. They certainly could be playing pot control on the 8-5-4 coordinated flop.
Zhou checks back. Now a deuce on the end for 2 pair. Ooh, for both players. Front door flush showing up.
I wonder if there's ever some very small block bets for Zulker here. This feels like the exact sort of hand that might execute something like 800,000, 1 million.
Instead, it goes check, check promptly. And Zhou lamenting his poor fortune.
Yeah, that's a bit of a frustrating run out for Zhou for sure.
Well, you said something about flat stacks, Jesse. They've flattened out about as much as possible. Only 100K separating Zulker and Schwen. The no-look thumbs up to the rail? Okay.
It's a bit gangster.
Chip denominations brought to you by True Classic. Greens, quarters, turquoise 100Ks, and the pinkies worth $500,000 apiece. Lean on pink chips is Joe Chuen if he's got any, which I don't
Maybe
think he
they
does.
want something though.
It'd be out in front if he did.
Wang finds the pot raise with the king jack 8-5 offsuit. This is what I'm talking about right here. When you have the chip lead and your opponents are flattened out like this, you get to raise some pretty dusty looking hands. This is one of them.
Well, not so dusty is the king, queen, queen 8.
No, and Zhou is more than likely aware of what Wang's up to, so. If you were to play back at Wang, I wouldn't be too surprised.
And there it is. You know, the landscape change doesn't preclude Wang from waking up with a real hand there, but the frequency with which he'll have raise folds within him goes up considerably. And Zhou Chuen, a nicely timed pot and take it. Well, Octopi Poker is the next generation study system for everyone. From casual players to elite pros like Stephen Chidwick, it's fun to use, affordable, and full of features. Head out to octopipoker.ai now and check it out. You play with AI, Jesse? You an AI guy? You on the ChatGPT 4? You know, asking it to do your taxes? What's your level? How far into the AI pool have you waded?
I haven't reached the trust them with my taxes stage yet, but you know, I got some questions that I've had answered.
Yeah.
By ChatGPT. I built a couple websites.
True story.
Using AI. Yeah, no joke.
Really?
Yeah.
Are we allowed to ask what kind of websites?
You can ask. I can't tell.
Wow.
But you know.
You're not like a low pro smut purveyor or something, are you?
No, you know, honestly, at this point, I kind of wish I was. I've met a couple in my day, and they seem to be doing pretty well.
I'll tell you right now, if I felt like I was an OnlyFans candidate, this is not the booth I'd be in. Cash Me Outside girl made like 70 million.
Really?
My God. Yeah. What was her income potential without that website? I mean, you know, I'm not being judgy, I hope. I'm just saying 70 million is tough to come by.
Probably about
for
6 zeros less, I'd say.
Dr. Phil for being a delinquent. It's just sort of incongruent. Queen 9-3 here. Heart draws shared by Zhou and Wang. Advantage Michael as he delivers 550. Has a call in the face of Zhou taking his swing.
Zhou picks up this pair on the turn, and suddenly he's in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
2.6.
Wow. He's not done. Look at this. 7's not exactly the nuts, especially that 7 high flush draw. And yet, Chuen asking questions. Gut shot straight draw added to the better of the 2 flush draws. for Wang. 2.3, the requirements to take a swim to the river.
This feels like a very close spot for Michael Wang. None of our outs are to the nuts, and that can be problematic. But we are in position, and we do have a lot of hand here. You have to think about how often your draws aren't good and how little you win when a blank runs off. Even if you have the best hand, you probably don't win the pot.
Do you think ChatGPT would tell you to call here?
I had a friend ask ChatGPT how he could win more at poker, and they told him to stop trying to bluff people off top pair. And it was legitimately some of the best advice for this guy that you could ever get.
Yeah, the trouble is you don't know whether or not they have top pair all the time.
Yeah, that's a great point, Ollie.
We do know, however, that Michael Wang's got an appetite at 2.3 to look up Zhou Chuen for at least one more street. 7.2 in the middle, a board pairing queen. I don't know how inviting this development is to Zhou Chuen producing a third barrel, Jesse.
Yeah, that's a pretty massive brick. He is, again, he sort of has the nut advantage here because he was the guy who bet. And he has all of the top twos. He has all of the sets when he does that. Wang probably doesn't just call with all of those hands.
Okay, here's the thing, though. When he checks this river, how often is he trapping with a queen plus? Doesn't feel like a whole lot to me, Jesse.
I'm not sure, Ollie. That's a good question. Wang's going to respect it, though.
Oh, he's going to be really disappointed as he hears the word 7 and can't beat it.
Yeah, that's frustrating if you're Wang.
I thought maybe he would consider the check honest enough for him to get after it, because you could see Queen X flatting flop and turn, and then in the face of a check, looking for value.
Possibly. A queen might wonder what it's getting paid off by, but if you have a great kicker, like if you have like king queen plus, I think there's plenty of hands that can pay you off, right?
Sure. I think just queen period.
Yeah,
at that point I'm feeling pretty good about. Not feeling so good if you're on a short stack, however. When the blinds go up, which they just have, to 3, 6, and 6, $1.5 million. Every 3 hands, so $500,000 on average. Every hand of poker is whittled off your stack. Wang gonna limp. TBD what he did with. Check back from Zulker.
Yeah.
Ace 8-6 rainbow here, and there's the reveal. Wang with aces up. Just the 6 dangler plus the 9s for Zulker. His own bidding is Wang.
50. Okay, so about a half a pot size bet. Feels impossible to continue if you're Zulker here. Would be a very creative peel designed to use those 2 9s later on in the hand. For instance, let's say a 10 comes off, maybe then we can bluff. But yeah, he just lets it go now.
Uneventful exchange. Significant change in the landscape, pardon the interruption there, Jesse, after Zhou was able to get the showdown for free and win with that 7, as you see the clearance between he and Zulker. And we have the other scenario that I suggested might still be a desirable one for Wang, with a clear center field and a clear shorty, although short isn't necessarily the fairest way to describe 16 bigs, especially given the precision with which some of these bigger stakes PLO players, especially those with tournament aptitude, will navigate these depths.
It used to be quite different before the introduction of this big blind ante. In PLO games, it felt like they went on forever at short stacks.
Yeah.
Now with the big ante, man, you get swallowed up very quickly by the blinds three-handed.
Yeah, and you're so incentivized to get after that extra cheese.
Yeah. I love the idea of not having the ante count towards the pot size when you're potting at pre-flop. I think that's really great.
Oh yeah, that would make the game really big if
Yeah,
the ante
yeah.
counted.
And also it just incentivizes players playing looser and wider ranges.
10-8 deuce. Gut shot. Bottom pair for Zulker. Gutter and nines for Zhou, which are very relevant in terms of interference towards straight draws. Sprinkle 600 out there. Little pot seasoner. 1/3.
Weird spot for Zulker here. He's got a piece of it, but not an exciting hand to continue with out of position. Also not an exciting hand to bluff with the check raise. So yeah, just throws it away.
Jesse. Jesse.
Ollie.
I'm going to make a post-diction, which is like a prediction, but after the fact.
Oh, God.
That one's not going to make the highlight reel. They can't all be winners, kid. In the words of Billy Bob Thornton, with the Adventist calendar that Thurman Merman was famously working his way through in Bad Santa. Because he rated it for chocolate.
They can't help it. Whenever I'm having a tough day, I throw that the checkerboard scene on my phone.
That movie's so good.
That might be one of my favorite movies of all time. I truly believe that's the best Christmas movie, and it's not even close.
Come on. Name one that even remotely comes close.
I'm with you, man. I don't think this is even an argument, but...
Is Granny Spry? I mean, there was so many lines. Bernie Mac, John Ritter.
Why would I
R.I.P.
fall on my own head?
Don't sleep on the elf either.
Oh, he's so good.
So good.
God, that movie kills me. The sequel was equally funny.
Do you think? I'll take the under on equally.
I mean, I remember laughing very hard, but...
The first Bad Santa, I mean.
It was so good.
So good. Not so good, these three hands, but playable enough. Deem the button and the small blind as Wang will participate involuntarily. Three-way affair, 2.4 in the middle. Queen 10-8. Damp offering off the top of the stub. Middle set for Zhou, along with a gutter. Two ways. Jack or a 7 would both do the trick.
Top pair for Zulker, but one of the least exciting top pairs you'll ever come across.
No,
Oh,
it's
top two now.
Yeah, top two, but spade arrival. And you see the set of 10s not thrilled with this.
I think both set of 10s and ace queen pretty happy to take their showdown value at this point.
Not so happy, though, to see the deteriorating board development across both turn and river.
You know what's funny is this almost opens doors for Michael Wang to potentially try to win the pot.
Doors that he doesn't walk through, though, with just the jack of diamonds. Unlike in Hold'em, you can't use it toward the straight.
Yeah,
so
that's
a
fair.
full check down post flop and the set of 10s roll over for a winner.
There's something beautiful about every Billy Bob roll being one that feels like no other actor could have played the same way.
Did you watch Sling Blade?
I still haven't seen that movie.
Come on, man. with
I
the
know.
French fried taters and
I'll get on it, I promise.
producer Jackie offering up Bandits is another one of his roles.
Yeah. I've gotten very into the show Landman recently, and it made me watch Goliath as well. He was great in both of those.
Oh, look who got themselves a little Paramount Plus subscription.
Yeah, threw that $13 down, Ollie.
this. Paramount Plus, I'm pretty sure is part of the CBS family of networks. So I think we're safe, but for a second I worried that maybe we were promoting, you know, business daddy competition, which that would have been bad. Producer Jackie reassuring us. We're in the clear. Clear of any pre-flop shenanigans here as it gets limped. Ace, Jack, Deuce, Rainbow. Talk to me, Jesse.
I'm just saying, I feel like if you got it through with those crap the bed jokes earlier.
Right.
Maybe we're fine with shilling someone else's. Sure. I don't know. Maybe that's where they draw the line.
You know, one way to throw a real skid mark into this one would be one of the 2 remaining 5s in the deck.
Could be pretty wild.
Ace is up for Zulker, plus the blockers to that wheel that Wang is hunting, but he has bet his jack.
Zulker has a hand that normally plays as a check call, but as you get shallower and shallower, yeah, this becomes a check raise. And that's exactly what he does. The Hulk fists love it, Ollie.
Yeah, they do. I wonder if you have moisture wicking properties in whatever the lining of the Hulk fist is, because I could see a world in which things get pretty damn clammy, you know, in Hulk fist world.
You're always talking about moisturizer, Ollie.
Yeah, although I prefer not to moisturize by virtue of a clammed up Hulk fist. I, you know, prefer just traditional lotion. Do you remember the lotion scene in Bad Santa, by the way? Didn't Bernie Mac go deep down that street when he was meeting with John Ritter, the security booth?
Yeah, he did.
It's like, you moisturize. He was looking at him like, what the hell are you talking about?
I just remember that's the same movie with the half scene, the negotiation.
Oh,
God, that is a classic.
.1 from Wang. Huff. Yeah, the way he would say it is so good. And then in the middle of it, they're arguing with themselves about their method of negotiating in the presence of the other. Anyway, we're having way too much fun.
Well, they start at like 90-10. They get all the way down to 51-49. And Billy Bob just goes, well, what's 1%?
No negotiating to the flop for Wang, who once again gets pushed back on by Zhou Chuen.
Has to be frustrating. He's been played back at nearly every single spot.
At the World Series of Poker, it's not just a game, it's war. Gear up at the PokerGO shop. Look sharp, play sharper. On site at the WSOP and online at shop.pokergo.com.
Are those RoboCop shades actually available at the poker? Have we gotten into optical swag?
I feel like that's a situation where he pulled those off nicely, but I don't know if I would have looked the same.
Listen, that's our own Tim Duckworth in that spot there. And if you've been creeping around Paris and Horseshoe this summer, there's a number of looks that he's pulled off, many of which I would classify as down under, kind of outback cowboy chic. You know, a lot of boots.
He's got that sort of vibe to him. Not us, buddy.
Like if you need to know how to dress a kangaroo after inadvertently maybe taking it out on a drive up to Ayers Rock or something like that, Uluru, I'm sure he can help you out. He's like, this is the fillet. You know, you want to take the tail, use that for a nice soup. They eat roux down there, which is good because there's a lot of excess roux.
I've actually dabbled.
You've done the roux?
Yeah.
Talk to me, Jesse.
I don't know if I'm proud of it looking back because I'm a big fan of the roux, but it was one of those, you know, when you're in Rome sort of things.
Right. You didn't hunt it, did you?
No, no.
Right, you just went to a restaurant.
I'm not a real man, Ollie. I just went to a restaurant.
Listen, you don't have to hunt your food to be a real man. Plus, you know.
Well, not anymore. It's 2025, but.
Yeah. You can just be moisturized and wealthy.
If you ask my father about it now,
oh yeah,
might be a different change of pace.
He wants to see you in the ring, boxing it out with the roux. Blood sport.
Oh God.
Got to be careful, man. They got those claws. They'll just disembowel you. As you see Wang.
I feel like our conversation always ends up back at the that one video of the guy, the kangaroo.
The pop on the schnoz, dude. That was amazing, where he rescued his dog.
All roads lead to the dog kangaroo video.
No bopping here pre-flop as we take the 6-4 deuce, 2-diamond board. Jacks for Zulker. Best of what's around. Pretty solid air ball for Wang. No club out there. Just the 5 of diamonds if you really want to get frisky. Zulker, gonna ask a question in position. Take it down.
I like it. Again, this is a situation where he likely has the best hand, but it's going to be so difficult to try to navigate future streets compared to just betting and taking it down now. PLO is such a game where it's just so nice to just remove your opponent's equity and not have to deal with a lack of clarity later on. Michael Wang, not dissuaded from the last couple attempts.
No, and by the way, being somewhat level with Zhou and in fact being second in chips to him at this point, you might be a little surprised to see the persistence where once upon a time this behavior was associated with a clear-cut chip lead and the desire to take the Warhammer initiative. Here, unclear what the holding is, but this is just a man staying the course. Zhou Quan surveying with ace, king, 7-5, neither of the big cards suited. Are the ace kings compulsory continues in PLO regardless of the danglers?
It feels like on a shorter stack depth, they certainly are. As we get deeper, playability becomes the most important thing. Playability, you know, being able to make the nuts to some extent or close to the nuts. That hand becomes a lot more raggedy when you're, you know, 40 plus big blinds deep with your opponent, 35 big blinds deep. On 15, it might be an all-in.
Well, Zhou Quan demonstrating that by no means is it a mandatory defense, as we saw him put it in the bin. Baby rundown on the button. You know, maybe you make arguments in favor of diversifying your opening range and mixing in some of these smaller sorts of candidates, but here with the ICM in the tournament streets, an easy pass for Zulker.
Yeah, you really just need those blockers and the ability to make top pair, top two type stuff. Wang with a pretty one. And this is the sort of hand you really like to see as you get deeper. Deeper stacked, of course.
Check back after the limp, keeping the pot static.
Actually, considering it went limp and check back, these are two of the stronger hands you might see.
Open ender for Zhou Chuen. Backdoor diamonds. No pair at present. And for Wang, pair of jacks. Club draw. E2 will check. And now with the 6 of hearts rolling off, one pair becomes 2. Yet it is Zhou Chuen who is asking questions, leading out for 1 million. Perhaps assuming that any meaningful interaction on that board texture in a limp pot, and we would have heard from Wang.
Yeah, and there's just a number of hands where his opponent doesn't have enough going for him.
Well, look
to
at
continue,
this.
But this is,
yeah, the ace of clubs giving Zhou Chuen Broadway, giving Wang a jack-high flush, which is the second nuts. Yet Zhou Chuen has not taken his foot off the accelerator.
this is such a nice situation for Wang. Half pot bet is a bit awkward. If his opponent were to bet larger, he might consider just calling, and if he were to bet smaller, I think he would always raise, and against half pot, it's not completely clear what to do. Obviously, in other scenarios, we would raise here very happily, but being the 2 big stacks in this 3-handed game, I don't know if that's what you're looking to do. I don't know if you're trying to inflate the pot with the non-nuts.
Yeah, I mean, the implicit agreement when these guys are level in stacks is to look out at Zulker with half the hull in front of him and point to the pay ladder and say, hey, buddy, we're supposed to work our way toward heads up. And instead, look at this response from Wang as he says pot, and Queen 10 shrivels.
Michael Wang just says, I'm not having any of this ICM.
How much is in here?
Being worried about that type of crap. I'm just going to pile it in here.
Yeah, you're right.
Obviously, plenty of hands he can get value from, potentially. Depends on how often his opponent finds hero folds, but...
Well, Zhou didn't make a meal of things. Always content that his hand was no good. By the way,
I think he had one of the worst hands he would ever bet for value on the river.
Are those prescription glasses?
And no club in his hand is really tough.
Prescription? To see? Prescription. No prescription? Yeah.
I think Zulker's feeling Chuen's flavor, by the way. They are swaggy as hell. That rose tint, you know?
This guy's a boss.
Oh, for sure.
I like that suit story, by the way. I gotta check this out.
I'm telling you.
He's got a great demeanor, too. He just seems like a boss.
I've never seen him look rattled.
So I was about to say, what's that word you like to say? Unflappable?
Yeah.
That's a great word for him.
Mm-hmm. He's got that Liam Neeson-like cell phone rings. Bad dudes are on the other end talking about, you know, we took so-and-so hostage, wire the money. I could see him just calmly adjusting the shades and responding with, I will find you and I will kill you. You know what I mean? Finding himself second in chips clearly now after the failed attempt against Wang is Zhou Chuen. Sitting this one out. Zulker's aces were played as a check back, so deeply concealed hand strength here. And very self-evident reasons for Wang to be betting in this limp pot pre with the gut shot and the spade draw. 1.1. And aces with a 9 dangler, absent spades and absent any of the open ender cards, I think aren't going to have inflation on their mind. Let's see the turn. King does not render assistance to the 10-7-6 deuce, which is still just a pair of ducks.
We do have a 10 in our hands. That's not nothing, but it's Such a small blocker in the spectrum of this. And also we have 3 spades and a pair. So maybe the type of hand that just wants to pot control, try to realize our equity.
And we can't remove those rundowns that really smash this sort of board from Zulker's checkback range, given his desire to treat his stack preciously.
Yeah. Oh, but look at this. Wang finds the second barrel. This has to work. I can't imagine it doesn't. This is nice. Wang just says, you know what? I've got such a weak flush drive, such a weak pair. I have a 10. This is the one I want to turn into a bluff. And how does Zulker continue here? I have no idea how he could possibly continue. He could just be drawing dead.
Down go aces.
Michael Wang, dude.
Yeah, not the last time we're going to see him bluff his way out of one, if I had to guess, just given some of the observations thus far here at the final table of the 10K Pot-Limit Omaha, the 2025 World Series of Poker. Well, Play Poker Go is where the action never stops. Jump into free online poker with real competition and zero risk. Grind the ring games, run deep in tourneys, and play the brand new No Gamble, No Future Sit and Goes. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks, just pure, authentic poker. Sign up and hop into one of our free rolls that run every hour on the half hour. It happens at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android.
There aren't time chips in this game, right? There's no clock.
Sir.
The pace of play has been really nice, considering that.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a single tank so far, I don't think.
No. I don't know if it's just a function of the lack of altercations that would require them.
Yeah.
Or just comfort in the PLO streets, but regardless, that is a solid observation. As we observe the Ace-King-7 with 2 club flop and another limp pot pre. This time, the check back came from Zhou's jacks, which stare up at these 2 over cards. Does have the 7 connection. Top pair for Zulker. He speaks and claims.
Every pot a much needed pot for my man Mike Zulker right now.
His rail is, you know, they're salivating right now. They want something to lather him up. And obviously, the lion's share of that 1.4 million already something that they can get excited about, as you see the Splash Sports tournament update there. 29 big blinds, the average 17.5 million. First 2 bust outs happened in the first frame. Now we've been grinding away 3-handed. And the more protracted the grind at 3-handed is, the thinner the stacks become, to the point where when you get down to heads up, you're not going to have as much playability as you would otherwise. Whereas when you get down to heads up in a hurry, all of a sudden you both sit super deep.
Yeah. If you feel very comfortable with heads up PLO, you're really rooting for the former. Maybe the latter. I don't know where we went with that one, but.
Well, you know, I mean, the thinner the stacks, then presumably the more gamble will be associated with the outcome.
Precisely, Ollie.
Let's face it, gamble is not something that the average PLO player is averse toward, but maybe the tournament Pot-Limit Omaha Pro less cut from that cloth. And, you know, we've talked about it already before, Jesse, but it is noteworthy the differences in terms of how Pot-Limit Omaha is played in a cash game versus how it's played in a tournament, and in particular, an ICM heavy final table of a tournament.
Yeah. And I think these guys have navigated quite well, given the ICM implications that we've seen so far. It seems like they're adjusting immediately. We saw that counter adjustment earlier from Zhou, where he found the King, Queen, Queen 6 rejam, or jam over Wang's open, something like that. That was really nice. Just a lot of understanding of what's going on by these players.
Yeah, he's savvy, let's say. In the words of Jack Sparrow of Pirates of the Caribbean. Was that not his phrase? Savvy?
I appreciate that you had that disclaimer of where it was from.
Well, I
1.8,
caught a
right?
slightly blank stare momentarily there. He's queen 4-3. And this 1.8 might catch a little frosting, but instead, happy with the cake is Zulker. Doesn't add any toppings.
In the words of Jack Sparrow's robotic voice from the Pirates of the Caribbean ride.
Ride? At Disneyland, you mean?
Yeah, I'm about to quote it. I don't know where I'm going with this, Ollie. I just found it funny. Not a lot to this flop for Michael Wang.
And, you know, similarly, not a lot to wherever it was that you just took us, Jesse. You know what, but I love, you know, I am not one to dissuade the pursuits of comedy in a poker broadcasting booth. This much we know. So
It's true.
I would like to encourage you
Okay,
to
I
continue
appreciate that.
with these sorts of things. Although it can turn into a dumpster fire in a hurry if both of us are getting off the rails. Meanwhile, a match is lit here with 1.6 delivered from Zulker. Wheel draw, aces up. Not a particularly flammable bit of kindling in front of Wang, given this board texture. The Jack-Jack 10-8 looked a lot prettier before it looked into this mirror.
Nice pickup for Zulker. He is filling the gap between him and Zhou.
There's the bio board on Mike. Cryptocurrency enthusiast. Suggests that, you know, he likes to gamble. 1 million in career tournament earnings across 128 cashes. Best main event finish, 317th back in 2017. Started playing poker considerably before that in 2009, professionally, but picked up the game recreationally all the way back in 2004. Calls his son his greatest achievement, and being a father is the best. Respect that.
I noticed there was avid sports bettor on his bio board. I feel like when he does it, he's an avid sports bettor, but when I do it, I'm losing our family's money.
Right. You're just a bad sports bettor, I guess.
Well,
but you know, you can be avid and bad. You know,
that's what I'm saying, Ollie.
In fact, as a bookmaker, that's the client you really zero in on. As we see Zhou zeroing in on the ace queen 9-3. 1.8 the demand. Zulker more than durable enough to limp call.
It's not that I'm losing at sports betting, Ollie. It's just that I'm losing so far. And that's an important distinction in my mind.
You're going to turn it around, buddy. You know, maybe not with 10-cent vig, but
I'm due, Ollie.
Yeah. This might be the year, Jesse, where you finally.
The Giants are going to win the Super Bowl this year, Ollie. I can feel it.
Well, I'm glad you said that, not the Jets. Meanwhile, Jack on the turn here after it went check, check.
I actually might parlay the Giants and the Jets both winning the Super Bowl this year. How do you feel about that?
I'd love to book it, if I'm being honest. And I'll give you a great price.
Talk.
Good. Wheel gutty for the ace-4. Just threes. And a gut shot for Chuen as he faces 1.8. This is sticking our neck out a little bit here for Zulker, especially with no spade in hand.
And Zhou finds the call. He has not a lot of hand himself.
No, you're right.
But he is crushing in terms of equity. Oh, is that?
It is the 4, which gives Zulker
that's pretty
the
sick.
best hand. And I mean, that's not a card that's supposed to be involved with Zhou Chuen's holding. Maybe an ace deuce, but Zulker with an ace, and obviously no pride in but a pair of fours. You could see him not wanting to abandon this 7.8, so in comes the river barrel. 2.2, not super big, but not the kind of thing that's going to get flatted by ace tray. If Zhou were to continue, he would do so in the form of a raise almost assuredly. But how credible would that raise be? We have no 6 and no 7 in hand. Unblocking spades is good.
Yeah, unblocking spades is nice. We have an ace, which is the smallest modicum of blocker effect here, but he goes small. I think he's just trying to fold out something like an 8 with spades that bricked everything on the river. Maybe even like a jack with a 9-10 in their hand that bricked. I don't know.
I wonder how much weight Zhou Quan assigns to the fact that Zulker's river barrel is a quarter of his remaining stack. Apparently enough. Wow. The accidental value bet from Zulker, who had the best hand, of course, didn't think it.
Mike Zulker suddenly pretty far in second place.
Here's a look at a leaderboard showing you just that, brought to you by PokerStars. 16.5 million as Zhou Quan dips down toward the lower end of an 8-figure stack, while Mike Wang continues to sit on the chip lead here in event 74. Getting a walk there.
This has been quite the turn of events with Zulker ripping up the chip counts the last few hands. It didn't feel like they played many big pots, but I guess they added up very quickly.
You know, he's been resilient, and now he's actually making a run.
Did you see that?
And obviously his rail loves to see it. Creeping up on 30 bigs. Trending in the wrong direction. Undaunted. 6, 7, 8, 10 with clubs. He'll limp.
Mike's in there. Ooh, Zulker. Very pretty looking hand. Especially on the stack depth. He's gonna pot it.
There it is. Pinky's being put to work. Zhou Quan calls the 1.8. Wang bows out. So this raise of some use beyond just the raw value of Zulker's holding, now able to navigate heads up as opposed to three-way. Out of position, however, but looking up at ace-10.
Wow.
With spades, Broadway gutty, flush draw, trips, and nothing more than a 10 for Zhou Quan.
As far as flops where Zhou flops a pair and is buried, this is one of the better ones. He will easily get away from it, I would imagine. Although Zulker has so much hand, it almost makes sense to slow play a street here. He just comes with a really small bet, which is also completely reasonable. Zhou throws it away.
Not really a lot of places for him to go, even with the 10.
Zulker is just closing in on chip lead at this point. This is wild.
I really need this redhead in the back right to blink. Okay, there it is. There was a terrifying sort of frozen visual.
Have you ever been diagnosed with ADD, Ollie?
Do we really need a professional to diagnose me, Jesse, or can we just armchair this one?
This is coming from a guy who this is a game recognized game situation. I'm not I'm not hating on you at all.
Yeah, but you didn't get certified, did you?
No, no.
Yeah. Which is unfortunate because I hear Addies can fetch a real price on the open market.
1.8.
Probably in the poker market especially.
You know, that Ritalin script goes a long way to keeping the bankroll cushioned. Have we covered all the bases that we're not supposed to? I mean, the bingo card is complete at this point, right?
I don't think we've shilled for alternate poker companies yet, but I'm sure we'll hit that at some point. And somebody will come to the door and just tell us to get out.
I think at this point, you know, maybe politics we haven't visited, and I think we're well served not to in today's kind of world, but, you know, immigration law is also something we haven't explored, which, you know, I guess that's probably good too. Meanwhile, 2 queens with 6-5 of spades, deemed good enough to continue for Zhou Chuan as a defense against the aces with the same 6-5, except the advantage of a club draw on the 7-5-4 board where you could see Zhou Chuan not looking for the exits, Jesse. $4.5 million in the middle as it was 1.8 ahead to bring us here.
This is a disaster flop for Zhou Chuan. I mean, on the stack to pot, I just don't know how you could possibly get away.
2.2.
You're not thrilled versus that size. I will say that.
No, but you're
if
not
Wang
going
were to
anywhere.
pot it, you feel better about your hand. Yeah, no, you're not. I don't think you're ever getting away from this.
Just 6% to produce a clean winner is Zhou Chuan, and it would be a queen. King rolls off. We don't love it. We have no hearts in hand, just 1 club, a pair of 5s as the dangler, the open-ender, and the queens.
I mean, if there ever were a card where you could escape, maybe this is one of them. Or maybe we just lead all in. I think there are a number of hands that Wang would have just potted on the flop, and when he bets smaller, he represents some very strong hands and then some very weak hands. And the king actually hits the weak hands a good bit, unfortunately, for Zhou. I don't know how we proceed on this turn, to be honest. This is really difficult.
Well, there's the all-in from Zhou Chuan, and of course, with mountains of hand, Michael Wang snaps. We always know it's an issue. And now Zhou Chuan realizes he's only 5% to take this one down cleanly.
Wow.
A straight
In good shape.
for a chop is a more likely prospect, but the most likely outcome is we're going to get down to heads up. And there was a point in time in which you never would have imagined that that heads up wouldn't involve Zhou Chuan, and yet that's where we find ourselves, on the precipice of precisely that. And that'll do it.
I thought it was a queen for a second there, Ali.
Close. Michael heads over to Serena. Classy there from Zulker as he makes it a point to intercept Zhou Chuan before he leaves the stage for a handshake. 650,000 and change.
Let's fucking go.
Adding to Zhou Chuan's career earnings, taking him up to 13.5 million.
Hey, buddy.
Bringing us to mano a mano in event number 74. A huge advantage for Michael Wang, who's going to look to close this one out and pick up the bracelet. There it is officially, brought to you by PokerStars, the leaderboard. just shy of 20 million for Zulker. Wang at 33 million and change. It's going to be a battle, one that you're not going to want to miss. Don't go anywhere. Jesse and I will return with the conclusion of the 10K PLO in about 10.
The NAPT is back this November, my babies.
This is going to be such an amazing event back in fabulous Las Vegas. I had such an amazing time at the NAPT last year. It was one of my favorite events.
Stay up to date through the PokerStars channels.
Come play with us this November.
I'll see you in Las Vegas.
Be there.
What's this?
Let's go.
The rail?
What was that?
Being instructed to have some utility.
Oh yeah, especially in Pot-Limit Omaha. It's just such a positional game. Equities and what is the nuts changes so much from street to street in this game that you really, it's almost pivotal that you have position on your opponent.
Well, Trent's in the big blind here. 1.4 million are the orders. And the ace-king jack four with diamonds will defend. Round two between the top of the leaderboard, and you know, salivation for Rafael and Zulker at the idea that maybe, just maybe, one of these guys gets coolered. It would take a lot. Top set for Wang, that's a lot, versus a king-high flush draw, no less. Oh, and he checks it back. Jesse, the turn.
That is a sneaky check back, Ollie. Immediate, too.
Yeah, Broadway gutter plus the pair of jacks. And look, proceeding with caution out of position once more is Trent.
Have to imagine Wang bets here, and this is going to be a tough spot for the ace-king jack four. You have a lot of equity, but if you're facing some sort of near pot-sized bet, out of position, not a lot of showdown value with the ace-king high.
Well, he's got the jacks.
Oh, I'm sorry, he's turned the jack.
Yeah,
my
but,
fault.
You know, 2.3 million, not quite full pot. Do you think that you can safely give the diamonds nut draw prospects just given the check back from Wang, even though we know a suited ace is going to be a decent part of his range?
Yeah, maybe not always, but probably at a high enough capacity that we're going to speculate. The fact that you have hit that jack and you have some showdown value too, you could win without improving. Wow, what a river card.
And by the way, that thing is sopping wet. The 10 of diamonds, a deluge in terms of board texture. And set of queens withering on the vine.
Literal last card in the deck that Michael Wang wanted to see.
Right.
Guaranteed he was thinking no 10, no diamond, please. Instead they gave him a 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, his plums are pruning before our very eyes. Neck and neck stack depth.
The question really becomes, do we lead out here? Because I think when you don't, it goes check, check a lot. It's a little scary to lead out with the non-nut flush. You look strong leading out.
Think about how easily you could get dry aced here too.
Oh yeah, that's the problem, yeah.
In an ICM-laden situation like this, never has it been more attractive. Of course, fortunate is Zhou not to be up against that ace of diamonds.
This is just devastation if you're Michael Wang. There's no way you can call, I believe. Everything got there, but you had so much hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Emphasis on had. All right, pout for me. Yes, that's it. Back to poker. I wouldn't mind being a fashion photographer, Jesse, but I feel like I'd end up kind of sleazy one, you know.
I couldn't even imagine you being a sleazy anything, Ollie.
No, I could.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think I should probably just do it clear. Because I don't think fashion photographer budget can cover the legal expenses associated with. Anyway, King Jack. Did I just have a moment of excess revelation? Not my first nor my last, but you know, I should just avoid. I should just stick to. I find enough trouble in the booth, as exhibited by the last 10 seconds.
You find a lot of trouble in the booth. I'm not gonna lie.
Queen 9-9 deuce double here, Rafael. Not in any sort of trouble against Chuen's holding, which checks back. King 8 tray rainbow. Bottom set for Chuen, as now things obviously are very dangerous if Rafael were to get out of line, which his hand doesn't rate to do. Checking over.
By the way, just to be clear.
Yeah.
That was sarcasm on my part. You have no chance of dodging lawsuits.
No, none.
They stick you in a booth by yourself, maybe with me in there for a reason.
Yeah. And I have.
And honestly, I've got a couple lawsuits pending on you.
Yeah, you might get dragged down by association. Rafael, by the way, check calling 500K with nothing more than nines. Now finds backdoor hearts and a gutter. If you're chasing equity, there it is on your doorstep with 2.2 in the middle. Sean checks.
This is dicey, and this is a good example of why it's dicey. You've picked up equity on the turn with the flush draw, and if you were to face another bet, you don't even really know what to do. You picked up a gut shot and a flush draw, actually.
A
and you
dusty
still wouldn't
flush
know
draw.
what to do. Yeah.
And a gut shot not to the nuts. I mean.
No, and therein lies the problem. Obviously, if it goes check, check, you're a little bit happier about your situation, but.
I mean, you're never checking back bottom set, though, with this kind of card on the turn. Equity denial is very much on your mind.
I think so. Difficult to imagine you're beat too often. Obviously, most likely hand that's beating you right now is a turned set of jacks, I would think. Maybe some slow played kings.
I mean, even then, depending on what kind of jacks they are, you don't expect peels all that often, even for just the $500,000 on the flop, which is turned into 1.65 here on the turn.
Rafael could consider semi-bluffing and finding the pot button here, but when you're called, you're often in terrible shape. So not even exciting for that purpose. Not sure what he's going to do here. I guess, yeah, just call. Try to realize equity. I mean, he's getting the right price. Just barely, but.
So another 3.3 rushing into the kitty. $5.5 million in the middle and an ace on the end. Queen 10 arrives.
Yeah, do we ever use this queen blocker?
I mean, a single queen.
It's not the most exciting bluff situation, but.
All you have are nines.
Yeah.
You have no showdown here.
You're not winning the pot, presumably. I don't know. You'd really prefer to obviously have two queens or two tens. This would be thin, but for Zhou, by the way.
Inquiring as to how much pot is. I don't think a barrel here is for value, but Queen 10's always looking you up.
6.7.
Stack update being provided. Sit this one out. Rafael double suited ace 9-8 tray, plus the puck.
Pretty one for Michael Wang, and he's in position. Just checks, though.
Queen, queen, jack 5 with the spades. Keeping a lid on the pot. 6-5 deuce. Flush draw unlocked. Zhou, two-way straight draw, and that key ace of spades in case of emergency. Just the overpair and a 5 dangler.
Kind of a fun hand for the small blind. And Wang checking back pre-flop feels like a bit of a deviation from his usual MO. I have to imagine this is due to stack situations. I think we could even check back this flop for similar reasons. We do have a lot of hand, though.
$750 invested. Another 1.5 into the purse. 2.7 now. Board pairing 5, and now the queens are no longer what Wang is centering focus on as he makes trips.
I was about to say there's a number of turn cards where we could find some very interesting situations. Any non-board pairing spade, for instance. This one, not as fun. Unless you're Michael Wang, and then that's a very fun card.
Fun may be over in the face of a barrel for Zhou Chuen, but he is not allowed to depart as the check back from Wang brings an ace on the end, which hits Zhou Chuen. 5 have become 2 as it's time for heads up in the 10K Pot-Limit Omaha here at the 2025 World Series of Poker at Horseshoe Las Vegas. Ali Nejad and Jesse Sylvia looking out at 2 remaining in the Gladiators Arena. It will be Michael Wang with the chip lead, taking on Zulker, bringing a heads-up record of 22-15 to the battle. Zulker looking back at the screen, and then there he sees himself with a 4-1 record. Obviously batting 800, but with less experience in this situation, and we'll see whether or not that plays a role beyond the chip disparity. Doesn't look nervous, and in fact, looks quite thrilled, Jesse, considering he began this final table with just 4.1 million in chips. He's worked his way from a $334,000 guaranteed payout up to $929,000 and change on lock. A far cry from the 20K min cash as 132 people cash this one. Those payouts brought to you by Octopi Poker. And now we get underway, still at the 300-600 level.
Ollie, this heads-up match could not have come down to 2 better people in poker. These are 2 of the most legitimately kind and just happy people.
When you say kind, Jesse, to the point that as a complete stranger, if I were to leave the booth and sort of make my way out there and just ask for a sporting loan.
I didn't say they did charity work, Ollie. I just said, you know, they'll say no to you in the nicest way.
Kind, but not necessarily gratuitously generous.
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
I don't know. I can't really give you any insight to that.
Well, this ace-8-5 board with a couple of clubs giving us some insights as they take their first flop, a limped one pre. You see the pair of 5s, the gutter, some backdoor hearts for Wang. He took this one involuntarily.
It's never enough for you, Ollie. They can't just be nice people. They have to give you a loan as well.
No, they don't have to. But they would be nicer in my eyes if they did. I don't need the loan, you know, nor am I looking to pay it back, though. So that's why I need to make sure they're nice enough to not really come after me, so to speak. Zulker coming after Wang, by the way, with nothing more than a wheel gut shot and a pair of 3s, backdoor hearts. 800 into 1.8. Wang mulling it over. Oh, that That doesn't look like 800, Jesse.
Whoa, we are going for it here.
Yes, we are, and an immediate smack on the back of the wrist being delivered as Wang check raises and maybe centers his focus around the idea that most of the hands containing an ace on the button from Zulker, he presumes, would have raised it up pre.
Yeah, or if not most of the hands, at least most of the best ace hands.
Need all the run good we can get.
And that's very important. Also the right kind of hand for it. He had a gut shot to the nuts, backdoor flush draw, had a club in his hand.
Yeah, if you are going to get frisky, you want to make sure it isn't a zero equity dress down. You want to have some pathways.
That's the way it's going to be, huh?
You might get away with those zero equity bluffs in no limit a little more often, but in PLO you just have so many cards in your hand that that's a lot of information. You got to have something.
Not a whole lot of something on the button this time. For Wang, 10-8, 6 deuce, rainbow, but heads up is a different animal to any other variant of poker, regardless of if we're talking about no limit or mix or Pot-Limit Omaha. You have to know how to play all sorts of holdings. Ace 10-4 tray with a suit, checking back and finding the nut flush draw on the Queen 7 deuce 2 spade board. Just a pair of deuces.
Yeah. Little backdoor wrap sort of action, maybe. See how far that takes him. This hoodie is growing on me, Ollie.
Well, I believe it's in the neighborhood of $2 grand if you're really wanting to indulge, Jesse.
Really?
Yeah.
Michael Wang.
Well, listen, he's got 929K on lockup with, you know, being the favorite for
Yeah,
1.4.
yeah, but he bought the hoodie before that was true.
Well, he has 2 bracelets and, you know, $7.5 million in career tournament earnings, Jesse. I think we're allowed.
I'm just saying.
He's the man. Jack of diamonds on the turn here after Wang's 1 million was called. Understandably, Zulker picking up the Broadway Gutty. Gut shot also now available to Wang as they hunt a king and a 9 respectively. Second check in front of us. This time Wang will check back. Board pairing 7 on the end. And the deuce is a winner at showdown.
It felt impossible on the flop, but somehow these twos have held up completely. Will he be able to find showdown is the real question. Or will Zulker get after this? I don't know if having the ace of spades in your hand is your favorite candidate for a bluff. He's going for it, though. We know this is very likely going to work.
And if it doesn't, it'll be pretty demoralizing for Zulker. 1.8, and Wang is out of there. I confess, I've observed some seemingly insane lookups in PLO, specifically heads up.
Yeah.
Where the first response that I had intuitively was to never play the game, because it's certainly not against those caliber opponents, you know, in the high stakes tournament streets, let alone cash.
Yeah.
Because it was a window into just how little I felt like I understood about the game. You know, you can really trick yourself into thinking, you know, oh, all right, monkey see, monkey do, but if you don't understand the nuts and bolts and what's under the hood, you're gonna get exploited real quick. But no heroism on Wang's mind there.
No, I feel you. It's an incredibly complex game, and the more I play it, the more I feel like maybe I don't know what I'm doing at all. But I think everyone has that feeling a little bit. You can't play perfectly in this game. It's just so incredibly difficult.
I also think that as you work your way further into your career and maybe higher up in stakes and face new echelons of opposition is where you really have that learning curve and, you know, begin by osmosis to explore things that were never really in your field of vision or zeitgeist. 2.1 million as Zulker explores the ace-8-5-4 Badugi.
Michael Wang has a big hand for heads up.
Yeah, he's king-jack 8.
This feels like a 3-bet's incoming here. Zulker had one of those raise fold type of hands, so if Michael finds a 3-bet, I don't think Zulker will continue without a suit. This is sort of like a I have a blocker type of raise.
Is this a stand-up that's being done here on the rail? I hope it's poker related, by the way. If this lady's just, you know, delivering like a weather report, that would be strange. So cloudy with a chance of bracelet. I mean,
cloudy with a chance of Badugi at a Zulker.
So the flat from Wang. King 4 deuce and a couple of clubs. Top pair, top kick versus the wheel gutty. Pair of fours. Prompt check over. Let's see what Zulker has in mind with 4-8 in the middle.
Is this take 2 of the video going on in the background? Is this like a music video sort of thing, or what?
I doubt that.
She rapping at the camera?
Based on the quarter zip. I don't even think it's a quarter zip. I think that sweater with collared shirt. If it is a video, it may be for, you know, classical music or something, because, you know, the music videos that I watch, more bikini-laden sort of talent. Jesse, I confess. 1.4 million.
I am shocked to hear that, Ollie.
I don't really watch music videos, man. My MTV days are behind me. Come on now. Check call. Not shocked by Wang's decision. Pot grows to 7.6. And trip kings for good measure now. And the real shock would be if Zulker manages to win this one from this point forward. I do see what looks to be a credential, by the way, around, you know, our reporter's neck here, so this seems sanctioned. I don't think that's a clandestine operation.
Tell me these people are employed, Ollie? They're not just freelance making videos in the
I didn't
background?
think they were vagabonds that somehow stumbled into the rail.
It wouldn't be the first time a vagabond is. Oh, look at it. Just gets better and better for Michael Wang.
King's full, as if he needed it. After the check back from Zulker, who was well served to realize equity. What little he had, which was 10%, and now, of course, is 0.
It's funny. This is just so much hand for Wang. I could see checking again and giving Zulker a chance to bluff at it. Yeah, this is a nice tricky check. It just feels like Zulker has air in this line so often. And I don't know how often he actually bluffs with his air, but yeah. I mean, in this case, he has a tiny bit of showdown value as well with the 8.
And this is a pot we lose, but we can kind of feel good about because we didn't bite into the poison apple that was being delivered by Wang with King's full.
Yeah, anytime you have a potential bluff spot and your opponent had the nuts and you just checked back, that's a big win.
Listen, anytime you have a Birkin bag on the rail from Hermes, which I believe Serena was sporting there, I think I know where some of that $7.5 million in career tournament earnings has ended up, by the way. Various retail boutiques in and around the 702, as you saw Wang's bio board, considerably absent any of those sorts of things. I mean, you see it there. Do you know anything? You know your way around the luxury retail at all, Jesse? These linen pants you're rocking
right now. I
feel
woefully inequipped for this. You like the pants, or?
I do, but I mean, you know, they're not telling me that the answer to my question is yes.
No, these pants are from Temu, I believe. Okay, maybe not Temu.
I call. Get out of here. Cut it out.
They wouldn't still be on me if they're from Temu. Are we sponsored by Temu? Am I ruining?
We should be. I mean, how many Temus did you just fit in there?
Temu.
Wow. I think we've hit the quota. Hitting the flop and a limped one. Dr. Wang broadens his lead. Queen Jack 5, queens up for Zulker. Open ender and a nickel.
Zulk Daddy turns 2 pair. Sorry, better 2 pair.
Yeah, just a click ahead of where he already found himself.
I didn't see that 5 at first glance.
Still the 8 and the king. What Wang is hunting. And now, after a win check on the flop, 1.2. Out of Zulker.
Not the worst price if you're Wang. Yeah, he'll continue here.
Another 2.4. Into the pot. Another queen onto the board as Zulker fills up. Might he try to repay the favor of a river trap check?
Certainly possible. I don't know how often he expects Wang to bluff if he does check, but again, he has not just a queen and a 6, but he has queen 6-5, so he's just blocking so much of the stuff that Wang could have here.
But when we're all over the pairs, that means the busted draws tend to skew into our opponent's hand, and as a result, incentivize us to maybe slip it and have them with 0 equity try to buy this 4-2.
Yeah, no, I'm arguing in your favor, Ollie. I think a check makes a lot of sense. Obviously, you have to bet some full houses and check some full houses, I think.
Yeah, on balance, 3.8. An imbalanced quotient of the pot. Hefty weight on this river barrel, and Wang now with nothing more than the 5. Surveying it, trying to piece together, given what he has in his hand, what makes sense that he might be able to pick off. You know, interfering with the 10 and the 9, not great for us. The lack of any flush draw assignment, given the turn being a rainbow, also challenging.
It just seems so optimistic to make this call.
I don't see it happening.
Obviously, checking back the flop, we look pretty capped, so we feel the need to defend a little more often with some weaker hands, and that's fair, but 4th pair, blocking some of the bricked draws. I don't know if this is the one.
I think we're not up against a jack or a 5. It's a queen or better. Maybe 6 is full with some frequency, but yeah, I just stone bluff catcher territory, and we feel safe enough, I think, with the idea that we're not accidentally getting value bet over here. If we are correctly calling versus a bluff, it rates to be that the 5 is good.
Yeah, I mean, you could easily just call and your opponent was bluffing with better at this point. And you just have a jack quite often. Maybe a jack with less 10-9 sort of stuff in the hand that your opponent might bluff with.
So Zulker doesn't get paid. And now sees the bad news on the screen behind him. 4, 8, and 8, 2 million every 2 hands, 1 million on average per hand. That is the cost of carrying on here. Heads up, an inescapable and non-negotiable one. I gotta say, while 3-handed took a bit, we've gotten ourselves down to heads up in fairly short order.
Yeah.
And I don't see the tanks looking lean or dry whatsoever in terms of stamina on either of these two. They seem up for it if it does drag on.
These are 2 consummate gamblers, Ollie. One who's played more tournaments than I could even fathom having grinded live. And the other one who's just been I mean, Zulker's the kind of guy. I would not be surprised if he's had a number of 20-plus hour cash sessions in him. So I think these guys are pretty fresh and ready to really, really battle for it.
Well, Wang deciding that this battle is going to cost an extra $2 million. Forgive me, an extra 1.6, as 400 is the call atop the 400K small blind here from Zulker, and his hand, of course, durable enough.
Yeah, just calls. I could see a world where he limp raises.
With a hand like that?
Yeah, I mean, ace, king, 10. Pretty strong hand, heads up. He's not that deep. He only has like 20 blinds. I think it fares to be the best hand quite a bit.
He's got the best spades.
Oh.
Against what was Queen, Jack, Jack, 8, and the whole wide world for Wang with jacks full against trip 10s for Zulker. Jesse, have we pulled the pin in the grenade?
I mean, I don't know how this does anything, but finds us getting both players all in very quickly. For a second there, we didn't see the hands when the flop was spread, and I wasn't sure if Wang had 2 queens or 2 jacks in the hole. But man, this is a devastating flop.
For the time being, there is just no escape whatsoever for Zulker. Broadway gut shot, trip 10s, backdoor spades. And here's the fuse lighter.
Michael Wang.
Leading right out with so much hand. Jesse risking losing a customer.
I mean, I think Mike feels like if he doesn't continue betting after isolating over that limp pre, it looks a little sketchy.
Especially if you all of a sudden rise up and activate.
Oh, come on,
and
ace
the
turn.
Ace on the turn.
I mean, if there was ever a chance for Zulker to get away from it, that chance is gone.
Yeah, 10's full of aces now. And mind you, a path to victory is his equity actually picks up 3 points.
Yeah. He went from 1 out to 3, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, it was 1 out twice to 3 outs once.
That was too much math for me, I'm not going to lie.
I call that bluff. But I don't think Zulker is going to be able, in pretty much any scenario, to avoid disaster as the temperature plummets.
This is a big bet by Mike.
I mean, we're blocking aces. We got a 10 in our hand. Where are we going?
Oh, we're beating value bets. Mike could just have Jack 10 XX and,
Yeah.
and be happily putting it in by the river. Not happily, but you know what I mean.
Sure.
There's even a world where Mike has something like King, Queen, 10, 9, and he's kind of like, I'm just going to put it in there, and if you've got better, good for you, but I block some boats and I have a value hand.
Here's the thing. Does he want to get this 14 million in here and now, or is he going to try to milk a third street here by flatting and seeing whether or not he can get Wang to do his bidding for him as he thinks he has this one locked up?
I think we always just call here, honestly, because especially with the turn being an ace, he knows that's a card that if Wang is bluffing, he's going to try to represent a lot because he's the one with all the pocket aces. So I think you always call here. I think there are real potential bluff scenarios for Wang.
Yeah, the flop, or sorry, the flat is not one predicated upon caution, but more the desire to maximize.
I feel like I'm watching a train wreck in super slow motion right now.
Yeah. Doesn't take clairvoyance to know what awaits us. Absent the ace on the river.
Ollie, I'm going to make a bold prediction.
Talk to me.
This one's going in the highlight reel.
I tend to agree with you, and forgive us for trying to find levity in a moment which is anything but funny for Michael Zulker, who is getting coolered here for a bracelet. Show me all of it.
Zulker did not call immediately. Okay, it's going in.
Yeah.
Brutal, man.
That's a wrap.
Michael Wang. Just taking down one of the most important tournaments of the year. So sick.
Champion here in the 10K PLO.
When I have all this
$1.4 million atop the 7.5 in career tournament earnings for him.
Congrats.
He picks up bracelet number 3 and denies Zulker number 1, but $929,000 and obviously a tremendous amount of support from his rail awaits him as Serena, Michael's fiance, hugs her man. Obviously incredibly proud of what he's accomplished. It's a thin rail, but a thickened bankroll for Wang, who got it done, Jesse, and he looks solid every inch of the way.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say more about his game. Like, he just kind of played, from my point of view, pretty much flawlessly. I didn't see anything that I would have argued with at all. It was really quite a performance by Michael Wang. Zulker, too. Just somebody has to win heads up, right?
Yeah, and listen, Zulker outperformed that $4 million he came into this final table with. That was the shortest stack when we began our coverage. And those 3 ladders that he found worth a total of almost $600,000 as you look out at the final results, brought to you by PokerStars. 3-time World Series of Poker champion is Michael Wang. And if you're working retail on the strip, brace yourself. Feel like that man might be showing up with a shopping list. Enjoy it, Mr. Wang. Looks like he's going to do exactly that. Tremendous amounts of pride and a great smile. Solid performance and a worthy one for Wang, which we certainly hope you enjoyed as much as we did from here in the booth. No doubt he and his crew are going to be enjoying it. And that'll do it, as another one is in the books here at the 2025 World Series of Poker. On behalf of our entire crew here in Las Vegas, producer Jackie, my man Jesse Sylvia, this is Ali Najad saying thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Good night.